Welcome, everybody, to the City of Farmers Branch special called meeting for Tuesday, August 4th. Before we get started here, I have a couple of comments. This is a public ethics hearing. The hearing is going to be conducted pursuant to the City of Farmers Branch Code of Ethics. The purpose of today's hearing is to receive testimony, consider evidence, and determine whether a violation of the Code of Ethics has occurred. City Council has not reached any conclusions before tonight's hearing. Council members will consider only the evidence presented during these proceedings together with governing law. All participants are expected to conduct themselves respectfully. All participants shall comply with the city's rules of decorum and conduct for public hearings and citizen comments, which are available for review on the city's website. The city will not tolerate unruly behavior, intimidation, disparaging or inflammatory remarks, or other attacks or insults not relevant to policy issues or other official business within the city's jurisdiction or authority. Let me add, I want to make sure that everyone knows that we intend to run this public hearing as orderly as possible. After the public comment portion of this meeting, the main part of the meeting will be for the City Council. It will be the Council's time to ask questions and discuss the allegations. Comments from the public will not be allowed, and any disruptions will not be tolerated. If anyone disrupts the proceedings, you may be subject to removal from the council chambers. I appreciate your consideration or your cooperation on that. As mentioned, this is a public hearing. There's a public comment period. We do have some people that have signed up to speak. When I call your name, please come to the microphone, or to the podium rather, and state your name and address. You will have 3 minutes. When the light turns red and the tone goes off, that is your cue to stop. And by filling out the speaker form, you have agreed to abide by the City of Farmers Branch's policy for public speaking. First speaker is Kelsey Root.
Kelsey Root, 3650 Janlin Lane. Mayor and Council, thank you for allowing me to speak. Since I last spoke at the July Council meeting, I've been doing some research. The Farmers Branch Code of Ethics exists for one purpose: to ensure our elected officials conduct themselves in a way that does not create intimidation, hostility, or undermine the public's trust. As I reviewed the public statements and ethics complaint, one question kept coming back to me: who escalated this confrontation? The two sides disagree on many things, but I want to point to the objective facts. Councilwoman Villafranca said something that Councilwoman Gonzalez responded to with, "Say it to my face." The video then shows Councilwoman Villafranca walking towards Councilwoman Gonzalez. This confrontation then ended with the two standing only inches apart. The Ethics Code asks you to determine who created the hostile environment. If a verbal disagreement becomes a face-to-face confrontation because one council member chose to close the distance, then that decision deserves careful consideration. Some have focused on Council Member Gonzalez's words, "Get the blank out of my face." I don't think profanity belongs in these chambers from either side. But context matters. There's an important difference between choosing to walk into someone's personal space and telling someone who has approached you to get out of it. This hearing's not about politics, it's about applying the Code of Ethics fairly and consistently. I ask that you base your decision on the facts, to consider who escalated this encounter, and to apply the same standard to every member of this council. Thank you.
Next speaker is Max Broderick.
Broderick, 13531 Rawhide Parkway. Good evening. Good to see you all here. Thank you for your service, each one of you, everybody. We appreciate you, even though you don't get paid to do this much. You get a little bit, but thank you for your service. I just want to say I worked in DISD for 12 years, and they expected us to have professional behavior. And if somebody got out of line, they left the room. They had to leave their position. And they couldn't participate in the meetings. We had annual meetings with parents, teachers, students, and all therapists. I was one of the therapists. And if some parent got irate or started using the F word, they were out. They were acting unprofessional. The principal was the judge. I'm saying the same thing here. You expect us to have good behavior at the microphone. We expect the same for y'all too. And so if somebody gets up out of their chair and starts using the F word and postures towards another person physically, I think there ought to be consequences for that myself. In my experience, if you don't act professional, then you don't belong here. Not saying that there should be a resignation, but maybe some time where this behavior doesn't create a pattern and continue, because if there's no consequences, it could happen again. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
That is all the speakers I have signed up to speak this evening. So with that, we're going to move on to item C1, which is conduct a public hearing and consider and take action regarding a complaint alleging a violation of the city's code of ethics against a council member for District 1 pursuant to Section 2-284 of the city's code, filed June 8th, 2026. So at this time, I will invite Councilwoman Gonzalez and/or her representative to make any opening statement and start with any presentation that you'd like to make.
Sure. Mayor, before we begin, I do have a few housekeeping.
State your name and address.
Sure. My name is Omar Roman, 12973 Wimbledon Way, Farmers Branch, Texas. I do have a few housekeeping items that I'd like to make sure I address before this body, before we proceed. So obviously, given the desire to ensure the highest level of integrity for this proceeding, we would like to request that all cell phones and other communication devices be placed away and out of reach. Is that a request that this body is willing to accommodate?
That's not your request to make. That's council policy. This is a public meeting, so folks are allowed to have their phones and they can record as they want.
I wasn't referring to the people behind me. I was referring to the body who will be adjudicating this matter. As is traditional in traditional arbitrary proceeding, like in civil or criminal court.
This is not
the
a
jury. I understand.
And this is not an executive session either, so I am not going to allow that request.
Okay, not a problem. It was a question and purely a request, and I understand you don't want to do that. That's okay. Also, for the same matter of protecting the integrity of this proceeding, we would like to request that the witnesses that are going to be providing testimony be under oath.
Fine. Who's going to administer the oath?
That is for this body to decide.
Ashley, isn't that something that you should address?
No. No, Ashley's not conducting this.
Swearing witnesses in is optional. You can if you want to.
All right.
Nothing wrong with doing that. It's just, do you promise to tell the truth?
Happy to do it.
Wonderful.
In fact, why don't we just do it right now as a group?
Sure.
Would that suffice?
That's great, Your Honor.
Okay. Everybody raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? I do? All right.
And I believe that there might be other witnesses other than the members of this
We'll
body.
swear them if they're
Okay.
called.
Great. Mayor, also, just a point of clarification in terms of the proceedings. I was reviewing the Code of Ethics and the Charter, and I didn't see any specific guidelines for how this is going to be conducted. So I was wondering if there was going to be opening statements made by both parties, or is it just by me? And same question for closing arguments. And then subsequently, in between that, what order you would like for questions to be done? Is it going to be she's going to be calling witnesses?
So she is not here to call witnesses.
Okay.
You are free to make an opening statement. This is actually Lupe's proceeding. She
Sure.
requested it. So you can make an opening statement, and then Lupe and/or her representative will have time to question and bring forth witnesses. But the same time amount of time will be afforded to each council member also.
Sure. And at what point is the proceeding going to be closed to not hear any further evidence? Because I understand that there might be speakers, or there might be other remarks that are going to be made, and so I just want to make sure I'm clear on exactly at what point the proceedings end and the council doesn't have to consider any testimony or evidence that's being provided after that point.
So I hope that you will be able to present your evidence and interview your witnesses within a reasonable amount of time. And when you have called your last witness, I don't know if you're going to give me a number of people you intend to call. How many? And then the people that you intend to call, this is not character witnesses. These should be limited to
Mayor-
folks that were at the proceeding.
Mayor, with all due respect, the Code of Ethics doesn't put any specific limitations to the witnesses that may be called. The only limitations that exist are pursuant to the Texas Open Meetings Act regarding the testimony that they provide has to be relevant and constrained to what's been posted on the public agenda.
I think it would be best to keep it relevant and constrained to what happened on the night of June 2nd. We've already had character witnesses come and speak on the respondent's behalf.
I understand, Mayor, but my understanding is that the testimony that they have provided cannot be considered by this body because it was made outside of these proceedings.
I think that testimony is still free and resides in everybody's mind, but otherwise, let me go back to my question.
Sure.
How many folks you intend to call?
Just 1 second. It will be 28 witnesses.
And how much time do you think you're going to need with each one?
Without knowing what the testimony will be, because Councilwoman Gonzalez has not been provided in advance with the investigative report or other materials that the police department has used, as well as the investigative attorney behind me.
May I make a point of order on that?
Yes, ma'am.
A copy of the investigative report was provided to her attorney on the night of executive session.
But that information was not provided to the representative that would be representing her in these proceedings. That is a separate proceeding.
It was legal counsel that identified that requested evidence regarding this matter from me. And that's the only counsel that's reached out to me as the investigating attorney at all. And upon her request, it was immediately released. I said in the executive session and emailed it to her designated representative, and I have not received any information of there being that representative.
Ashley?
Yes, sir.
Ashley, if you would please, make sure when you're speaking, would you
Oh, and the microphone?
use the microphone?
Yes,
You
sir.
can hold it up if you need to. One, we're not in a court of law,
Sure.
all right? So I think if you're going to call witnesses, 10 would probably be a more than adequate number for this proceeding.
Mayor, while I appreciate your request, it's not something that we're willing to be fungible on for the purposes of making sure that she has a thorough defense. Now, I will give this caveat. Some of the witnesses may not be willing to testify, but those are the witnesses that we intend to call. Now, whether they choose to testify, that is up to them. As you mentioned, this is not a court of law, and so they're under no obligation to testify. So the number of witnesses may dwindle down very quickly if, one, the witnesses are not here, and two, they're unwilling to provide testimony.
All right, fair enough, but I want to move this along. It's already almost 9 o'clock.
I understand, Mayor. This was not something that we wanted to schedule this late in the evening, but we want to make sure that we provide a thorough defense.
Let's move it along.
I also want to make sure that we're clear on this, that the Texas rules of evidence and the federal rules of evidence are not going to be applicable in these proceedings. Is that correct?
No. Yes.
Okay.
No, this is not a court of law.
I didn't think so, but I just wanted to clarify. And then my last question is just whether there's going to be any instructions that are going to be given to the city council to consider as they're deliberating something similar to jury instructions.
When we've heard testimony, or if council makes a motion to end testimony, then we will wrap up and then provide that instruction at that time.
Sure. And then just going back to my last question, I don't think I heard an answer of this, or I might have missed it, but at what point will all of the or at what point will any further testimony or evidence that is presented no longer be considered? Is it after I finish my closing argument?
I think if the council has heard enough testimony, I'm not going to speak for them, but because this is not a typical court of law hearing, should they desire to end testimony and motion and second, then testimony will end on your part, and they will be able to ask and get answers to their questions.
And Mayor, to be clear, I'm not giving any testimony today.
No,
You
you're
mentioned
not,
testimony, but I'm
but-
not. I just
but-
want to make sure I'm clear.
Anybody else?
Sure.
Mr. Mayor, question?
Yes.
Just want to confirm that the only person who's going to be calling up witnesses will be Councilwoman Gonzalez or her representative. Is that accurate?
No. No, council has a right to ask questions also.
That wasn't my question. My question
And
was,
I don't know what witnesses, if any council member intends to call.
well, that's my question. Will members of council be able to call up witnesses? Or
Yes,
should-
yes, yes.
Mayor, quick question regarding the witnesses that she or her representative bring forward. Given that they come forward, are we then able to ask questions of those witnesses?
Yeah, we
Okay,
discussed that
so
earlier.
we're free to ask them follow-up questions at the time of their testimony or at a later time, or how does that, what's the procedurally, how that gonna work?
When Lupe's representative is finished asking his questions, then any of council members will be able to basically cross-examine him.
Okay, thanks.
Wonderful. And with that, I don't have any other housekeeping matters to address, and I'm ready to begin with my opening. Is that okay with you? Awesome. They picked a target and they built a story. Members of the City Council, the investigating attorney will tell you a story designed to portray Councilwoman Gonzalez as threatening, hostile, and intimidating. But today you'll learn that this story was built with omissions, assumptions, and unsupported conclusions, all to target Councilwoman Gonzalez and her position. Let me tell you about Councilwoman Gonzalez. She has lived in Farmers Branch for 27 years, and she graduated just up the road here at R.L. Turner. And now she and her husband, Caesar, are raising 4 amazing, strong children. And for almost 15 years, she's worked in our community without seeking recognition or attention. She's a leader in our local elementary, middle, and high schools. She's a preschool teacher, serving as a role model for our next generation of leaders. And she helps anyone who needs it, even if it means going without herself. In ways both large and small, she has consistently shown up for the people around her. And that's why in this audience, you see her supporting husband, as well as members of this community who have rallied here and who rallied here the last time to support her. They're here because they know the person behind the accusations. They know that she's a hardworking mother, a caring person, and someone who stands up for what's right. This is who they picked as their target. Now, the events of June 2nd, 2026 started before Councilwoman Gonzalez even took office. It started 10 months ago from today. And you'll learn that there was a meeting that took place in August of 2024 between Councilwoman Villafranca and Councilwoman Gonzalez. And you'll learn about what was said in that meeting. You'll learn that Lupe walked into that meeting excited and hopeful at the prospect of working with another Latina woman. But she walked out of that meeting with disappointment, concern, and she didn't know it at the time, but she walked out of that meeting with a target on her back. In the weeks that followed, you'll learn that Councilwoman Villafranca tried to find someone else to run against her. And when that didn't work, she teamed up against Councilwoman Gonzalez and started to support her opponent. You'll learn that Councilwoman Villafranca's behavior continued through Lupe's campaign. And after she was sworn in, things didn't improve. You'll learn that Councilwoman Villafranca continued to target Councilwoman Gonzalez through specific conduct designed to undercut Councilwoman Gonzalez's own relationships in her very own district. You'll learn that how Councilwoman Villafranca treats Councilwoman Gonzalez and how she has treated her in the past, it is consistent with how she treats others that she disagrees with. You'll learn that Councilwoman Villafranca, she's the one who resorts to being a bully, to being the aggressor. Today, you'll learn how far she's willing to go just to make sure that she hits her target. Because she went that far on June 2nd and in the days that followed when she built her story. Now, there are 3 alleged ethics violations against Councilwoman Gonzalez. First, not treating others as she would want to be treated. Second, not responding to issues with respect. And third, and this is a long one, not striving to create an environment and relationship with other elected officials that is free from intimidation, hostility, or adversity. Now, in order to prove that these sections of the Code of Ethics were violated, Ms. McSwain, the investigating attorney, must provide to you not just her conclusions, but your Code of Ethics specifically requires that she provide a comprehensive report that explains in detail, all facts and all findings. Members of the City Council, I am confident that the evidence will show that not only does Ms. McSwain's report not meet the stringent requirements of your very own Code of Ethics, but that the only victim here is Councilwoman Gonzalez, because she was the target and they built a story around her. And with that, I conclude my opening.
Ms. McSwain, would you like to present your report?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mayor, let me see if you can- do you want me to come up to the podium?
Yeah, please.
Okay, so just briefly,
Say who you
yes.
are.
My name is Ashley McSwain. I'm the investigative attorney appointed for this matter. My office out of Wiley, Texas. So this matter came before me today because the Farmers Branch Code of Ordinances has a section that we call the Code of Ethics. Through that section, if any person files an ethical complaint against a council member, they must do that complaint in writing, describe the specific conduct that violated the code and the section of the code violated. So that happened here in this case. The city secretary, in compliance with city ordinance, provided a copy of that complaint to the city council members and the city attorney. The next step that happened is the city attorney made written findings that the complaint alleged a violation, not that there was a violation, that the complaint alleged a violation. It was specific, it alleged acts, and it alleged the code sections that were violated. During which, at an executive session, the non-implicated council members had the opportunity to either dismiss it or to invoke an investigation. The investigation was a vote, and that's when I was hired to come in. I had not met any council member before I began my investigation, and I came in as a completely unbiased third party. So the first thing I did was review the investigation filed by Councilmember Villafranca against Councilmember Gonzalez. And this is not regarding everything in the community or everything that happened. The complaint is very narrow. The allegation is that on June 2nd, immediately following the council meeting, there was an act or acts that violated certain provisions of the code. The code does not require you to find that it was intentionally, knowingly negligency. It doesn't set a mental status on it. The code just simply provides the code. And the question is, did those acts on that day violate the code? Not whether Ms. Gonzalez is an ethical person forever, or not whether she's an unethical person, whether this act violated this. And so this allegation that was made pointed out two sections of city ordinance that were violated, 2-279 and 2-280. As was discussed in the written report, I provided you with findings and facts, and as was provided to Ms. Gonzalez's the legal representative she requested me to provide it to. So I begin, when I'm looking at those 2-279, that section of the Code of Ethics involves conflict of interest. When you as a council member may not vote or get involved in an issue because of some kind of conflict of interest. There was no acts alleged that Ms. Gonzalez violated any of the conflict of interest provisions under 279. However, under 280, there were some provisions that, based on my investigation, appears that she did violate. First of all, and her representative mentioned these, you should treat others the way that you would like to be treated, that all issues and citizens, and mainly they're all issues, shall be handled with fairness, impartiality, and respect, and that elected officials must create an environment that's productive, free from intimidation, hostility, or other adversity. Now, I wasn't provided a complaint against anyone else. The only complaint I received was against Ms. Gonzalez, so that's the only actions I reviewed. There is nothing in the code that allows you to respond unethically based on another's behavior, and I researched all of that. That's not in the code. So then I began to look at these provisions very closely. In investigating this case, First of all, police department did a fantastic job. They did a very thorough investigation. Throughout my research, I reviewed 2 police reports, 6 written statements, 5 audio recordings, and 13 video files. Throughout that, and I kept a chart of notes and charts of evidence, and throughout that, it was clear, it's undisputed that the F word was used on several occasions by Ms. Gonzalez. It is undisputed that the 2 councilwomen were in very close proximity to each other when these F words are being used. Several witnesses described Ms. Gonzalez as posturing or leaning in, and there was different ways it was described through different statements for a fight, having this, what would be interpreted as a threatening body language. So the decision that I made was based on whether these curse words and whether this posturing for a fight violated the specific provisions of the Code of Ethics. And I think any reasonable person would not want to be treated with somebody being in close proximity with them, having the F word used multiple times while they're posturing towards you. It's not respectful to that issue. It's my understanding this was a disagreement based on a vote that the council members, it didn't go the way everyone, which we have, 5 council members, we're not always going to all vote the same way, but I understand this is what began that conflict. Well, that's an issue that the council members are here to represent their community on, and so it's not respectful to have this kind of behavior, the cuss words and the posturing, when an issue doesn't go as everyone desires it to. And lastly, as an elected official, she is considered an officer for which the Code of Ethics applies, and that's defined in the written statement, written investigation I provided to you. But she's required to have an environment that's productive and free from intimidation, hostility, or other adversity. There were a few individuals that stated, she made a comment, "I'm going to F you up," which is an intimidating comment. The adversity, the cuss words, those are the kind of hostile nature, and that's why I concluded that she did violate that section of the code. All right, thank you.
Council members, does anybody have any questions at this time for Ms. McSwain? Councilwoman Bennett?
I actually do. Can you repeat all the statements that you said you had?
Yes, let me find my notes on that.
And
Is that all right?
use your-
There we go. Is
There
that
you go.
better?
Thank you.
Okay, let's see. I wrote that down specifically and counted them so I could tell you. It was 2 police reports, 6 written statements, 5 audio recording, and 13 videos.
And you said, just so I'm clear, that there were a few that corroborated. I mean, in the written statement, it says that there were conflicting statements.
There
So,
was a few, I only had one that said they weren't in the room where they could hear the cuss words. Every other person indicated they could hear these cuss words.
okay, thank you.
Councilman Reed?
Can I ask why you did not interview Councilwoman Gonzalez if this was going to be a thorough investigation? Because she was not interviewed by the police. So it seems to me that it would be pertinent.
The police attempted to interview her. She actually scheduled a time with law enforcement and did not appear. They called her 2 more times and she did not respond to the request for interrogation.
Okay,
There is a criminal complaint that may be filed in this matter, and if, during my investigation, she was represented by a lawyer, it would be unethical and impermissible for me to talk to someone without her lawyer present about something that could result in criminal charges.
okay. Did you ever make that inquiry?
about
Speaking to her with her attorney present. Okay,
because she has declined to speak with police.
okay, but you never made the inquiry. Doing the investigation, you based everything on the police?
Had stated,
Investigate.
well, I watch videos of each of you.
Understood, understood.
No, I did not. There was clear evidence that these curse words happened and that this event happened. There was no need to keep going further because it was clear that these curse words and things happened. Which, that alone, the posturing, the multiple uses of the F word alone, in my opinion, is violation of the code.
Okay. Again, it just seems to me that if you're doing in your words, a thorough investigation, it should have included an interview with the respondent, and it seems like no attempt was ever made on your part.
It's because I've also been appointed as a special municipal court prosecutor on this case, and as a criminal prosecutor, it is inappropriate for me to reach out to a witness, especially when law enforcement already attempted. Prosecutors don't reach out to witnesses, law enforcement officers, or defendants, law enforcement officers do.
Okay, so at that point, it seems like perhaps you should have been recused or stepped away, because if you can't perform a thorough investigation,
I believe it was thorough because it included all the information. I don't know that she would have, even if she would have told me, no, I didn't use the cuss words, I'd had so many other witnesses saying she did, it would not have been credible.
well, yes, but you wouldn't have known what was going through her mind at the time, because,
Well, and the Code of Ethics doesn't provide a mental state. We call it a mens rea. The Code of Ethics, it does not, Code of Ethics nowhere says you violated if you do it intentionally, knowingly, recklessly, or negligently. It just says these are our rules. It's what I would consider more of a strict liability offense. It doesn't matter why you did it, it's just whether you did or didn't. Now, as counsel, you have the burden or the responsibility finding, and you can reject my findings, you can agree with them, but also if it is agreed with my findings, you have the option on, okay, this was a little punishment, we're going to do a minor deal, or, take bigger action. That's going to be your, that's in your court, in your seat.
okay. Question in regards to the statement, I'm going to F you up. How many people said they heard it? How many people said they didn't?
Ashley, while you're looking, please, if you would pull the microphone a little closer.
Yes.
Thank you.
Let me see here. 1, 2, 3. I heard get the F out of my face with another 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have my chart of evidence here. These are the words that were reported throughout the different witnesses. Who the F do you think you're talking to? What the F did you say to me? F you and other profanities. What the F did you say to me? You don't F and tell me what to do. I will F you up. F, yelling obscenities. Get the F out of my face. I will F you up. I will F you up, and the F word several other times. Get the F out of my face. Stated F word several times. F you up. Use the F word several times, and F you, F, B word, and F you up. Those are this is a chart of all my evidence. Now, I didn't compare which one was written statements versus videos, but through all of my watching, because some of you, I had written statements and body camera videos, but those are the number of words and times that it was repeated throughout that.
Right, I'm asking specifically because even though the, profanity seems to have been used, I'm talking specifically about the threat. So how many people said they heard I will F you up, and how many didn't say they heard it?
Some of them are just blank, it didn't come up at all. 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 different times did it come up that someone reported that she said, I will F you.
Okay, out of how many total respondents
There was,
or witnesses?
I didn't count the number of witnesses. Like I said, some of my witness statements there were some of you that wrote a witness statement and a body camera interview. I did not count the exact number of complainants that you talked to.
Okay,
So
and
some
so,
of that is duplicate
Okay.
from you talked to the officer and then you also wrote it down. I reviewed every piece of evidence ever put.
okay, the reason why, I'm trying to get a feel for, if you said six or seven, but if there were,
No one said that she didn't. I had one person that said, I was on the other side of the room, I didn't hear it. But everyone else that said they heard something alleged they heard the F word multiple times.
okay, I'm not
Through
talking the
that
F word.
several-
I'm not
through
talking,
that 6 times.
okay, I'm
that
not
someone
talking the
said-
F word. I'm talking specifically the statement, I'm going to F you up,
6 times.
6 times. And again, out of,
7 or 8 witnesses.
there was only 8 witnesses?
I don't. No, there's more. Like I said, I don't have the number of the witnesses. Because I had the 2 officers, I had the people in council, and I had the people in the room. Even the people that didn't say, I'm gonna F you up, that is a threat. I'm not investigating whether she made a threat, I'm investigating whether she violated the code of ethics. So in my findings, some of these other statements with the F word were in violation of the code of ethics. The threat, that would be a Class C assault threat, there was no physical injury, so it doesn't rise to the felony level like some people have brought up. It's not a felony assault. It would be a Class C misdemeanor. I don't intend to charge her with Class C assault. I intend to charge her with, the charge in the municipal court will be for disorderly conduct and language. So I'm not here looking at whether she threatened her or not. I'm here looking at whether she violated the code of ethics. And saying the F word at all can start leaning towards a violation of the code of ethics, saying it multiple times in multiple contexts along with the body language, just in my opinion, does violate what your council has determined as the appropriate treatment of others in your code of ethics.
That's all I have for now.
Councilwoman,
I'm going to wait until the witnesses are called.
thank you. Councilman Neal?
Yes, Mayor, I have quite a few questions for Ms. McSwain, but I would like to hear from some of the witnesses first. But I do have a rather lengthy list of questions for her.
Well, she will be here, so when you're ready. I have no questions for Ms. McSwain. So, Councilman Roman, you want to call a witness? Or, excuse me, I'm sorry.
Mayor, I do have some questions for the investigator.
Okay.
I'm going to go up to the podium here. I think we had sent over our evidence in advance, so I would like maybe some assistance in figuring out where those files ended up so that I can refer to them.
I can't hear.
Stacy is. Hold on just a second. Hold on just a second.
I can't hear you.
Hold on. just a
Oh,
second.
Are you asking me questions first or do this? My computer didn't let.
oh,
I put this on
asking
stand
you some questions.
first. I'm putting this on standby.
Sure.
They're here. So they're in there.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I'm going to go ahead and just pull up my evidence here so that way I have it all available and you guys aren't waiting on me each time I'm looking for one. It looks like one of the pieces of evidence are not opening up. Let me go back. No, it's a, this one, it's a picture. Is this what you're looking for? Yes, and then there's another one. Back to the file. Okay, the second one. So you have two ones. You have this one. And then you'll have this one down there. Okay, thank you. It's going to be really strange for me to question you while I'm behind and is there maybe a way to turn that on so that you guys can see what I'm pulling up and up there as well? Okay.
So you do have a copy of the complaint?
What I was referring to was the witness statements, all the evidence that you had referred to is what I was referring to. So witness statements, video evidence, any other, but we'll get into that. Ms. McSwain, I first want to start off by talking about how you became involved with the City of Farmers Branch. So you had mentioned earlier you were hired as a special prosecutor.
I was hired as a special counsel for this one matter, including the municipal court and the ethics review.
So the answer to my question is yes. Here in your engagement
Oh,
agreement,
that's
you were
fine.
hired. Yes, so you were hired as a special prosecutor for their criminal complaint. And,
And an allegation of the code of ethics, yeah.
okay. And for the criminal complaint side, it was Mr. Berman who had reached out to you to solicit your advice and your guidance
For the criminal,
for the criminal complaint.
I work with several city attorney firms that I do contract work for, multiple.
Sure.
And I work with a different attorney at Mr. Berman's office in other municipal courts, and I believe that's how he may have received my contact information.
And Ms. McSwain, I appreciate that background, although that wasn't my question. My question was whether Mr. Berman had directly reached out to you for the opportunity to serve as special counsel.
My answer is another attorney from his law firm reached out to me, asked if I'd be interested, and then provided Mr. Berman my information. So it was another attorney that reached out when that was in his office.
I see.
And then that other attorney shared my information with him after he knew I would be interested.
And it was Mr. Berman who hired you for the ethics complaint. Now, I want to talk about the information that you and Councilwoman Gonzalez had access to for this particular hearing. The,
And I think you're getting into evidentiary matters. It's my understanding she doesn't have a property right in her position, and that no criminal complaint has been filed. Whether or not the city decided to withhold this information from her or release it to her was not, it's not through me. It's not public record information.
Ms. McSwain, I was just going to ask you a few questions about it. I understand.
And I'll do my best to answer.
Of course, yeah, and that's all we ask. Just do your best to answer them, and we'll get through this as quickly as possible. I'll make my questions as easy as possible, I promise. The police department, they conducted their own separate investigation for the criminal complaint, right?
Well, what they did was they didn't file any charges. They completed an investigation where they had, I had 13 videos and the statements and those. They completed their investigation, provided me all that information, and then I reviewed their investigation.
Now, Ms. McSwain, my question was very specific, that investigation that they conducted was specifically for the separate criminal complaint that was filed.
No,
It was not.
it was just, they had an allegation that someone had an outburst, they knew there was constituents involved, and the detective said, yep, counsel, everybody's interested in this case, so I interviewed everyone I can, and I'm pushing it over to you to see about the criminal or the ethical.
So are you
You're
saying,
asking me to speculate about the officer's intent? I can't speculate as to what he thought, but it's my understanding that there
Ms.
was a
McSwain.
disturbance in a public meeting. You're asking me to tell you whether he investigated for the purpose of the criminal case or not.
Ms. McSwain, does the police department investigate ethics complaints?
They didn't investigate it. Well,
But it's not customary for
I
police
don't know.
officers.
I don't know what they, but no, it is customary. IA complaints, police departments, internal affairs investigations, police departments investigate ethics complaints. At least every police department I've worked with has. When any time there is a public something with council in any city I've ever worked with, it is customary to have a detective or somebody in the internal affairs department to research that, collect all the data, and then provide it to whoever the city designates to investigate or research or make decisions about that issue.
But Ms. McSwain, you just testified that you were hired as the investigator for this ethics complaint, right?
Well, yeah,
And you're saying that the police department is who does the investigations for ethics complaints?
so I don't know Farmers Branch Police Department policy. I can tell you I was hired to review this information. Based on all of the data that the police department had collected, I reviewed it all. There was enough to make my findings from that point. I did not need to ask everybody. I had written statements and visual statements and body camera video. There was no need to run up hours and hours and hours to ask the same people the same questions over and over again.
Ms. McSwain, but it is true that you, as a special prosecutor, had access to speak to the detectives. You had access to speak to the detectives,
Well, I didn't, all he did was provide me all the evidence.
but you did have access. That's my question.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
That's political. So anybody.
And you had access to the detect,
And like Ms. Gonzalez had access, as a matter of fact, he tried to talk to me last.
Ms. McSwain, I understand you want to make your point, but that wasn't the question that I was asking you. I'm just asking you if you had access.
Mr.
I'm
Roman.
just asking if you had,
Hold on, Mr. Roman. We need to keep this relevant to the civil matter at hand, the ethics issue at hand. She is not going to get into a criminal or evidence that goes off into the criminal proceedings that may take place.
Mayor, that is not the intent of my questions. The intent of my questions is just to go through the access and the information that she had access to prepare her report.
I believe that
And-
she stated that she was given access to 2 police reports, 6 written reports, 5 audio recordings, and 13
Sure.
videos. And then she used that information to make her finding.
Thank you for summarizing that, Mayor. I was trying to get that out of the witness. Now, sure. And I understand, but my question now is that Councilwoman Gonzalez, she didn't have access to speak to the detectives in the same way that you did.
Well, she did have access. Some of the audio recordings I listened to were actually the detective calling her, trying to schedule a hearing and trying to discuss this information with him. And she didn't appear, and then she declined to return to phone calls after that. So she did have access to the detective, she just didn't choose to use that access.
Okay, Ms. McSwain, we'll move on. Ms. Gonzalez did not have access to any of the detective reports that you relied on?
Okay, this isn't a court hearing. This is a public hearing. We're not contentious here.
No.
She
I'm just asking a simple question whether she had access to those documents.
That is not, these documents are not public record. She does not have a property right in this position.
So she didn't have access to that, and she didn't have access,
All held in the city,
sure,
and she's a city council member.
sure.
I'm not tasked with providing or collecting evidence for her.
But Ms. McSwain, you were contacted by Ms. Gonzalez's attorney, correct?
Are you in the same office?
No.
Okay, so, yes. She was
And she
contacting
requested
me,
for-
and I didn't realize she had a second attorney, but she had asked me about stuff about the criminal case, which hasn't been filed. She had asked about the criminal case, which had not been filed yet. And as far as this case, she had me provide the information I had to her attorney. I provided it to her and never received a follow-up email regarding my investigative findings.
So,
As far as the other documents, they're not public record. There's a criminal case pending, it is not public record.
are you?
Whether or not
Excuse me, question.
those is not, I don't understand. how
Well,
that's
Ms.
relevant to this.
Ms. McSwain, after Councilwoman Gonzalez's attorney contacted you, she requested for the records. And if I showed you that email, would that help refresh your
No, I
recollection?
told you she requested.
Okay.
And it was about that she came from a criminal defense attorney.
Sure.
There's no criminal case filed at this moment in this case. And I never received anything from your office requesting them. They are not public record. And this is not a court hearing. Rules of evidence do not apply.
Sure.
As you clarified before this started.
Sure.
I'm not trying to hide or secret anything. This is not about who said what, when, and where. This is about whether at that moment she violated that code of ethics.
Ms. McSwain, in the email that I'm referring to, after Councilwoman Gonzalez's attorney requested the documents, do you remember sending that email to Mr. Berman?
Yeah, that's what Mr. Berman got. He's
And-
the city attorney.
Sure. And you
it's
said,
appropriate for me to consult.
sure. And when you forwarded that message to him, you said to him,
I'm not going to keep answering this. Her attorney asked for it. She doesn't have a property right in this position in criminal.
Sure.
asking the city attorney, I said, hey, she's asking for this. And he said, hey, there's not one there, it's not public record, let's not disclose it at this time.
Okay, so none of that information that the police department had that you relied upon was released to Councilwoman Gonzalez. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding, because I know we've gone in circles a little bit.
No, I've told you no 3 times.
Sure, okay, wonderful, thank you for saying that. And now I want to talk about your investigation. You're familiar with section 2-284 of the Code of Ethics?
You pulled that up.
I can
I
pull
don't
it
have
up.
all the numbers memorized, I've looked at it, 2-284. Complaints against officers, yeah. That's the process for filing the complaint.
Sure. And part of this ethics complaint that required you to, when you were hired to fully investigate. Isn't that what the charter here says, or the code of ethics?
I'll pull up the exact language.
Sure. And I have it here on the screen.
The city attorney shall select and appoint an independent private attorney to fully investigate the alleged improprieties. Based on the evidence I received, I had clear, beyond a reasonable doubt, if you look at the criminal standards, evidence of what occurred. There was no need to dive deeper. Fully investigate is going to be a subjective opinion. I assume you're about to tell me I didn't fully object because you represent Ms. Gonzalez, but I've read, I spent hours reading and reviewing, and there was no need to do any more follow-up. I had clear, crystal statements.
I understand. And I want to direct your attention specifically to the section here that refers to you having 10 business days to prepare a report.
There is a report. I was provided to Ms. Gonzalez's attorney.
Thank you. And you were originally hired on July the 2nd. That was a Thursday.
Okay, the reason you're, it's 10 business days, not 2 calendar days, there was a holiday.
Sure.
4th of July weekend at West Middle time.
I understand, but you were hired on July the 2nd.
I don't have that date in front of me.
I can pull that up for you.
I don't see how this is relevant. I mean, I don't care who this is on.
This is your contract here. You were hired on July the 2nd. And your report was completed on July the 6th, 2026.
July what?
6, 2026. This is your memo that you prepared. And I believe at the top here it says
Yeah,
date.
July 6th.
Okay. So from July the 2nd to the 6th, that was one business day, correct?
Not so, it was within, but when I was hired, the process had already started. It's not 10 days from the day the city formally signs a retainer agreement with me. It's 10 days from the day that they decide to send it out for investigation. I spent a great deal of my holiday weekend working on this, actually.
Okay. But you turned it around from the time that you were hired to the time where this was rendered, it was one business day.
It's 4 calendar days. 4 calendar.
Days.
Let's go by
one
calendar
business
days.
day. Sure. Yeah,
Okay,
and it's-
people work all the time nowadays. That's not unusual.
Sure. Mayor, if it's okay, I'm
I-
directing my questions
I have
to
a
the
question.
investigating attorney.
Okay, but let me ask, so she's already said that she provided information to
Sure.
another attorney, but you're representing Ms. Gonzalez's legal counsel?
No.
What is your position?
Mayor.
I'm just asking.
Mayor, I'm not here to serve as a witness or to answer any questions. I'm here to represent Councilwoman Gonzalez, as I stated earlier, purely for the purposes of this administrative hearing.
As a friend or as a legal counsel?
Mayor, I'm not answering any questions.
Fair enough.
Mayor, it's public record if someone's a licensed attorney in state
It
of
is.
Texas. Okay, sorry. Yeah, that's public record, and state bar numbers are public record, and if someone's representing someone of legal advice without it, it's unauthorized practice of law, so it may be relevant to find out if he is, in fact, a Texas attorney.
I'm
I'd
not
like
a
to
Texas attorney.
I'd like to call a point of order. We actually had this conversation, and it was very clear that Lupe, Councilwoman Gonzalez, could call whomever she wanted, even if it were her husband. and he is not licensed either. It was never required or a requirement for him to be licensed in the state of Texas or licensed at all, and that was made very clear to us.
I'm not arguing that. I'm just listening to this line of questioning, and I'm trying to find out, okay, where are we really going here? And if doubt is trying to be raised in regards to either Ms. McSwain, her credibility or whatever, that's not really why we're here. We're here to judge the events of June 2nd. And so this line of questioning, though, is not, I'm not sure it's really relevant, but continue.
Sure. Now, you had access to Councilwoman Villafranca's complaint as part of your investigation, and you had also access to Councilwoman Gonzalez's answer to that complaint,
Yes,
and you read them.
yes.
Okay. And from these, you knew that that there were several potential witnesses. Based off of these reports, there were several potential witnesses.
Just the ones that I went by based on what the police department saw and who they identified in the room at the time.
Okay, and that included,
Some of the witnesses you're referring to are witnesses from other situations that happened before this day, or someone said this a long time ago, or this has been going on. I did not investigate those because I wasn't hired to investigate those. I was hired to investigate this one incident on this one day, and everyone that was in the room that day that the officer could get a hold of did provide. There's some kind of information, except Ms. Gonzalez. There's some kind of information about what the officer did, whether he interviewed him, had a written statement, or had a body camera, or all three.
sure, and you mentioned some of the witnesses, and that included Councilwoman Villafranca was one of the witnesses, and Mayor Lynn,
I had all the council members, I believe.
Councilwoman Gonzalez.
She declined.
But my question is whether she was a witness, a potential witness to all of this?
I don't understand your question. I don't think there was a mirror for her to see it. A witness is somebody that sees something.
Right, but she experienced it, and she
Well,
could
yeah,
testify
she
as a witness.
experienced it.
Yeah, yeah.
But
And-
she had already declined to participate in the investigation, and she had hired an attorney, so I did not reach out to her.
And I understand that you want to emphasize that point, but I want to move on to the next question, that Mr. Berman also was a potential witness.
Yeah, and I reviewed statements, and not a written statement. He didn't provide a written statement, but I reviewed a body camera interview of him.
Okay. Mr. Williamson, the city manager, was also a witness.
And there's information from him in there.
Okay. And I think at least one police officer.
Yes, there was 2 police officers here.
Now, as part of the investigation that you were hired to conduct, you did not personally interview Councilwoman Villafranca?
No, not before. I did speak to her on the phone, and I spoke to several council members on the phone before this hearing, but I had not personally conversed with any of them prior to making my written findings.
Okay. And so that also includes Councilwoman Gonzalez. You didn't personally speak to her.
I think we established that.
Okay, wonderful. You didn't personally speak to Mr. Berman about what he witnessed?
Well, it was in the report. We had spoke about just retaining me, and he told me very clear, I'm staying out of this, I'm a
Sure.
witness, I'm not the attorney on this,
Sure.
whatever. And then I did seek out about the legal standard of this hearing with disclosing evidence, or I say evidence of my research. And I mean, I've got attorney work product materials that are privileged, but regarding those actions, but that's all.
And you didn't personally interview Mr. Berman either? I mean, Mr. Williamson either?
No,
Okay. And you didn't personally interview the police officer who? Oh, okay. Did you look for any additional evidence outside of that, what the police was able to gather?
well, I did have additional evidence. I had her complaint, her response. I did have about 6 or 7 social media posts that somehow are in there. I did have those, which those were just really the community upset over the whole situation. But there was no need to look further because it was so clear and convincing. It was so evident that this incident occurred, there was no need to continue investigating. I had enough to conclude my investigation.
So I want to talk about that thorough report that you had referenced. Now, you had mentioned in your report, and I'll pull it up here. You had indicated here that there were inconsistencies in witness statements.
Right, there were some inconsistencies, but look at that next sentence. Upon review of all evidence, there are clear facts that were established. While I might have had one person that said, well, somebody was in the back, I don't remember who it was, saying, well, I wasn't looking, I was packing up stuff. And by the time I realized there was commotion, I looked up and it was already separated. So some of the inconsistencies are not about those facts there. While there's some inconsistencies on other facts, these facts are for sure clear based on the evidence.
And we'll get to that, but my next question is that you didn't, despite knowing about these inconsistencies and witness statements.
This 1,
and-
2, 3 right here, there's no inconsistencies.
Ms. McSwain, I understand. You said in your report here that there were inconsistencies in witness interviews and witness
Yes, there's
statements.
inconsistencies, but not of relevant facts. There could be an inconsistency over what color somebody's shirt is, but that's
Sure.
not relevant to the ethics complaint. So there was right here, these three items. These three items are clear with no inconsistencies.
Sure.
The only person who didn't hear her use the F word was the person who didn't hear the conflict. I don't need to do further investigation on facts that are not relevant to whether or not the code of ethics was violated.
Sure.
So I did not conduct additional investigation, but the facts here are completely clear.
Now, and I understand that, Ms. McSwain. So I'm hearing you say that you knew about these inconsistencies, and I understand
No, these facts right here are not inconsistent.
Ms. McSwain, my question, if you'll let me ask it,
You asked me, I knew about inconsistencies and I didn't investigate.
Ms. McSwain, the question I was going to ask you is that you did not ask anybody any questions to clarify any of these inconsistencies that you've mentioned.
The inconsistencies were not relevant to whether or not. So what that sentence says, let me read it to you. It says, while throughout my investigation, there were some inconsistencies, it is clear that these things happened. And these things alone are enough to violate the code of ethics. Therefore, I concluded my investigation. I did not trace the rabbit holes or the rabbit trails
Sure.
of things that would not have changed the outcome of the case. If there was an inconsistency on something that would have made a difference to the case, I absolutely would have looked into it, but it wasn't necessary.
Sure. But Ms. McSwain, you didn't indicate that there wasn't a need to go and look into those inconsistencies. And that's why I was asking, just to clarify, because it's not included in your report. Now, I want to talk about
Actually, it
the,
does say,
what your,
upon review of all evidence, while there are some inconsistencies, these facts are clear. It does.
but you don't say that the reason you didn't look into them was because they weren't relevant inconsistencies. That's the point I was trying to make, and that's not in here.
Council, let's move on.
Well, of course, I'm trying to move on. I want to talk about what your report is supposed to look like, and we looked at section 2-284. And here it says that once an investigation is complete, that you must produce a report, and that report shall be comprehensive. Is that right?
I think everyone in the room could read the, I'll read it.
Sure, yeah, go ahead and read it.
Comprehensive and explain in detail all facts, finding, and conclusions that are, in support of my opinion. So I didn't point out every fact, I didn't point out every area of law, I didn't point out everything.
Sure.
But in my thing, I do have a list of facts, I do have a list of laws, and I did explain how those facts applied to those laws.
Sure. So you're familiar with the standards set in the Code of Ethics for that. So I want to talk about the report that you produced. I want to make sure I understand the layout here. So in your report, there are what I like to call three analytical.
If you'll scroll to the top,
Sure.
I'll explain my report in detail.
No need right now, Ms. McSwain. I just want to make sure we get just the fundamental structure of your report. So I like to call these the three analytical paragraphs. Your report, when you're analyzing each violation of the Code of Ethics, you do it in separate paragraphs. So in this first paragraph here, you're referring to the first alleged violation of the Code of Ethics. And in this second paragraph here, you're referring to, you analyze the second alleged violation of the Code of Ethics. And then you do the same thing with this third sort of paragraph that starts here and then carries on to the next page. Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, I want to talk about the
last
witness.
paragraph's conclusion.
Yes. Now, I want to talk about the witnesses that you've referenced in your report.
I don't think I referenced witnesses in my report.
That's my point, Ms. McSwain. You use the words "some witnesses" in your report. Is that correct?
So that's the word, some inconsistencies. Wait, stop. If you
Some
can
of-
answer the question, I gotta be able to see it.
Yeah, right here. Some of the witnesses.
The vote resulted in some comments made, that's not some witnesses.
No, I'm referring
So
to
one time,
this one
oh,
here.
hold on. You're going so fast, I can't see what you're talking about.
Sorry,
so that's
I'm
why I
I'm
said
trying to get
slow
to
down,
the
just so I
exact
can
sentence.
see.
Yes.
Right, I did not put that under a clear and convincing fact. I
Sure.
put that in the case to provide additional context. Some of the witness described her as using her body in a manner that indicated she were posturing for a physical altercation.
And then
And
it's,
several witnesses said that.
yes, and then you say
but
several witnesses.
It doesn't matter, she had already violated the code with or without that.
Sure. Ms. McSwain, I want to direct your attention to your use of the word witnesses. You refer to multiple witnesses, some witnesses, and several witnesses throughout your report.
Okay,
And at no point do you tell us who those witnesses are.
and I'm not going to.
You don't tell us whether those witnesses that you referred to in the previous paragraph are the same witnesses in the next. You don't tell us whether the statements that are being made in the previous paragraph are consistent with the next paragraph.
Based on my experience and career, the people who want to know that are the people that want to tamper with witnesses or hold it against them. No, I did not list every single witness.
You're also getting
it's-
into an area that is for a legal proceeding, not this public hearing.
And
She is
if-
not under any obligation to disclose witness names at this time for the public hearing. That information will come out at a court of law.
and if there
Mayor,
was-
I want to address that later, not
Well,
right now, but I'm going to address that later. But I do want to make sure that I'm clear that I'm asking questions of the investigator right now and not to you. I will
We-
direct questions to you at some point, but I just ask that
We need
you
to-
allow me to continue without interruptions.
Well, no, I'm not going to guarantee that, sir.
And that's fine. I'm just saying
Counsel,
that
you
if
need
you would
to
like,
move this you need to move your questioning along, because
Mayor, I am. If you will allow me to continue without interruption, then I can do that. If you interrupt me, I want to address
don't
your point.
lecture me. Go.
I'm not lecturing you, Mayor.
Go.
I'm just wanting to make sure
Go.
that you understand.
He's the presiding officer of the hearing. The mayor.
Ms. McSwain, next I want to ask you about the evidence from these anonymous witnesses. In your
The
first
witnesses
paragraph,
aren't anonymous. I'm not disclosing them for witness protection purposes. Some of my witnesses may or may not be employed with the city, and I am not disclosing their names in this administrative hearing.
Ms. McSwain, but earlier you testified that all of the witnesses were the people in the room.
Yes,
And we
and there were
have,
city employees, there are city employees in the room right now.
right.
So,
And you are aware that
not-
there is a video of everybody who was in the room.
Mhm.
So their identity is not anonymous.
Okay, well, I'm not going to report it. I'm not going
That's
to report
okay,
who
and-
said what.
No worries, Ms. McSwain. Next, I want to ask you about what they said. So in this first paragraph here, you talk about the alleged use of profanity. And you rely on that, right? That's one
Well,
part of your evidence?
That was undisputed.
Sure.
And it was undisputed that she used the F word multiple times and loud.
And you also rely on an alleged threatening statement in this part of your report?
And I listed as additional context, I didn't list it as a undisputed fact, but there was multiple comments that said not only was it the F word, but it was the F word used in combination as a threat.
Sure.
Which is additional information that's important to know for counsel. However, the fact the F word being used out loud so many times is enough to violate the code of ordinance,
Sure.
or the code of ethics.
Yeah, and Ms. McSwain, I definitely will get to that. I just want to make sure that I'm understanding what evidence you used in reference in this report just generally, and we'll get into specifics. So it sounds like the alleged use of profanity, a threatening statement, and body language is what you relied on primarily in this first paragraph. And in the second paragraph, you rely on the same three pieces of evidence.
Well, yeah,
And-
respect, no one wants to be cussed at.
Sure, sure. And Ms. McSwain, in this last paragraph, you rely on those same three pieces of evidence.
Those are the three highlights of what was concerning to every witness statement that was provided.
Now, Ms. McSwain, you identify one alleged threatening statement, right? There's only one specific threatening statement that's referenced in your report.
Well, verbal statement and there's physical statements, right? Our physical body.
Yeah, and
I
I'm
had
referring
numerous
to
people-
threatening statement only.
The physical statement, and that's what Councilmember Reed asked me about earlier, 6 different people told me they heard her say that.
Sure. There was one alleged threatening statement.
6 different people heard it, yes.
Okay, and the
Now,
statement
there
you're
was-
referring
now,
to is,
there
I
was
will
some
F you
other
up.
ones that, depending on your subjective view, you could consider, but that's the one, I will F you up, that's a direct threat. But there was other statements made that were, some people might find threatening. I did not put them in there as threatening statements.
Sure.
But there were several other offensive statements made.
Okay, so, but there was only one that is referenced in your report, and that is, I will F you up. That's the one that you reference here. Okay. And then you state that Councilwoman Gonzalez used the F word multiple times, and we've already gone over that. But you don't identify in your report the exact statement that she made each time.
I did identify it with Councilmember Reed asked me about it. I did go through the list and read all the different statements.
Yes, ma'am, but in your report,
No, I didn't
Okay.
list every single F word that she said.
and you don't
Or
identify, yes, ma'am, and you don't identify the context of each alleged use.
Context. The context
Yes,
was
ma'am,
that
here
they
you-
were in close proximity.
Yes, ma'am, here you
And she said the
say,
F word multiple times until the mayor and a police officer together separated the parties. That's crystal clear.
yes, ma'am.
There's no dispute in that. They were together. The F word was used multiple times. The mayor and an officer separated them. There's no dispute in that.
Yes, ma'am.
As
And
far
my-
as the exact words she said, there's no dispute. The F word was said multiple times and loudly. Boom. As far as whether it was a threat or not, the ethics complaint doesn't look at whether there's a threat or not to be unethical under the code of ethics. It doesn't have to be a complaint to violate, it doesn't have to be a threat to violate the code of ethics, and I've already answered that question.
Sure. And ma'am, I'm only referring to your report here. You refer to other contexts. And I'm just clarifying that in this report, you don't describe the specific context.
I do describe that there was 2 parties in close proximity where the F word was said multiple times.
Okay. And you don't identify which witnesses heard each alleged use.
Okay, we've already gone over that.
Okay. And you rely on the descriptions of her body language, and you earlier said that you used that to conclude that she was posturing for a physical altercation.
The summary, the posturing, that word may have been used by one of the witnesses, and I thought it was a good way to describe There are statements of her yelling, there are statements of her taking her body into a fighting stance, there are statements of her arms coming up in the air. I had at least two people, and actually this was advised to me later too, but there was more than one witness that honestly believed if there wasn't an intervention that she was going to physically strike another council member.
Sure, and Ms. McSwain, I'm just referring to your statement because,
Right,
again,
but
we're
there
referring
wasn't-
back to the Code of Ethics and what it requires.
and
And
I'm-
on here, you don't identify a particular gesture. You don't identify a particular movement toward Councilwoman Villafranca. Isn't that right?
Okay, I don't understand. What I did was summarize the totality of the evidence.
I understand, ma'am. I'm
I
referring.
did not type a 25-page report. I summarized the
Sure.
totality of the evidence.
And I understand,
I believe
ma'am.
what you want me to do is to go through every witness statement and tell you what each person alleged, how they alleged it in order.
No,
That
ma'am, just the
wouldn't be a
relevant
summary of
facts.
events.
Just the relevant facts. And I think it'd be relevant and
Right.
fair to ask what
Okay.
specific movements they were, and you don't
And
include that.
The totality of the circumstances is that she was posturing for a physical altercation.
Sure.
And I'll be happy to answer the question. The reason I typed that is, and I'm here to answer questions about my report, the reason I typed that is because I had several witnesses, well, I've had more than one say they really believe that she was about to strike another council member. I didn't include that in the report because I didn't have enough witnesses tell me that to make me comfortable putting that in, but I had several stating that. I had several stating that she was in a fighting stance, and I had, and then we have the video from this room, that little 30-second clip where you see her arm going up in the air. So that's where I based that conclusion on, that evidence.
You know, I
Counsel,
wanna-
you might be able to get those answers if you call other witnesses.
Sure, and I will, Mayor. I want to ask you some questions about the first page on your report, because I was a little confused when I read this.
That's not the first page, that's the next to last page.
I'm sorry, I meant the first full paragraph on page
Oh, the
3.
first paragraph.
Yeah. So I was a little confused
Oh,
by the way that
because
this was written, so I just want to,
Multiple witnesses alleged, so this says it
Ms.
began
McSwain, I
after.
didn't ask a question yet.
Okay, that's your question.
I just want to make sure I understand this because it reads a little bit
I'm worried about the
confusing.
council understanding it. but
Sure.
I'll be happy to answer your question.
Sure, and I'm sure maybe they're a bit confused by the way it's written, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. It sounds like first, there was a statement made by Councilwoman Villafranca.
No. Oh, wait, hold on. Oh, yes,
There was, okay. And then Councilwoman Gonzalez responded to her statement,
yes.
and she said, "Say it to my face."
No, she said, if you want to talk to me, say it to my F face.
Okay,
And that started the altercation.
okay.
Now, it's not clear, I've heard, there were several different accounts of what Ms. Villafranca said. It is undisputed that there was a vote and that the two parties did not vote in alignment with each other. They had different votes in that not everybody was happy with how the vote turned out. And people were talking and there was, say it to my effing face, and then the women came together. It is not clear on who walked to who. I say that, the evidence points towards the fact that Ms. Villafranca walked up to the middle and that she was already standing in the middle. But the evidence does not tell me who, got in the other one's face. The evidence doesn't tell me how they got that close together.
Ms. McSwain, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on something. You're saying that you did see the video of the Councilwoman Villafranca walking to the other one.
No, the video doesn't, I can't tell by that video. The surveillance video in here, it's like 5 seconds or 3 seconds. I mean, I can't tell
Yeah.
anything. The only thing I can see is an arm up in the air and the mayor standing.
Would it be helpful if that clip was slowed down?
It's, How is that relevant?
Well, you were just saying that it's not clear, so I'm just asking if it
No,
would
it
be
was a
clear.
3-second clip, and I could have slowed it down too, but it doesn't matter who walked up to who. It matters that we had an outburst that breached the peace, that used multiple cuss words, that many people say included a threat, and that behavior violated the code of ethics. That's what matters.
Now,
And you can watch it as many times as you want. but
sure.
It would
Now,
not change the outcome of my decision.
Ms. McSwain, I want to ask you about earlier, you mentioned that you were aware of a vote that happened before this altercation began.
It's in the complaint, the ethics complaint. I think both parties reference it. I've read
Yes.
them both, but it's not today. They both reference this complaint, or this vote in their complaint and the response.
And you remember specifically, do you remember the specifics of what happened?
I didn't
Remember-
put it, it's not relevant to whether or not the code of ethics was violated after the meeting concluded.
Well,
But it was about Deputy Mayor Pro Tem.
yes.
Mhm.
And you're aware that Councilwoman Villafranca was on the losing end of that vote.
Okay, what is that? Okay,
Ms. McSwain, you just referenced this,
yeah,
but it's
no.
not referenced in your report. So I'm just
No,
wanting to
because
make
it's
sure,
not- That's not relevant to whether the code of ethics were violated.
but you just referenced it without me even asking you about it.
The vote
Yeah.
itself was not the issue of the ethics violation. The vote itself was not, or is not the issue. It is the behavior once the meeting was adjourned.
They were-
Mayor,
So.
Mayor, I want to redirect your attention here where it says that it is undisputed that
They had a disagreement over a vote. That's why they ended up in this situation. But the disagreement over the vote that's just what got the situation started. What the vote was about is not relevant. That's what got the two ladies speaking to each other. And then we just had someone lose their temper.
Ms. McSwain, it's not relevant that somebody lost the vote during a
I don't care
council
if you
meeting.
win or lose,
Miss-
you cuss somebody
Miss
out in the
McSwain, I
middle of a
didn't even
council
finish
member,
my
it's violation
question.
of the code of ethics.
Ms. McSwain, I
Period.
didn't finish my question.
I'm not going to answer that question because I already did.
Counselor,
Ms. McSwain.
people win or lose votes all the time, but they don't always get into an argument. This is not something new. It happens all the time. You should know that. You served on a city council for a short time. But the issue here is what happened after the meeting at the time of adjournment. That's it.
Mayor, I'm just asking about the issue and where it precipitated. I think it's incredibly relevant for the council members to understand
So.
that somebody didn't get the vote they wanted and they lashed out. And the person who responded was in a state, an enhanced state of thinking that they were being attacked by somebody who just launched at them from one side of the room to another. And I think that's really relevant context that is not included in the report. And so my questions are specific to that.
The evidence doesn't show that anyone launched towards anyone across the room. The evidence, while there was a disagreement and it was based on a vote, regardless of why they had the disagreement, regardless of which party was yelling and cussing, yelling and cursing in the middle of a council meeting by a city official does violate Farmers Branch Code of Ethics. Period.
Now, Ms. McSwain, I want to refer you to the video because you're saying it's not clear what happened
No,
after the
I'm saying
meeting.
it doesn't, there's no evidence that indicates anybody launched at anybody.
Okay. I want to play this video for you.
Okay, and I don't need to comment on it because everybody can watch it.
Sure. Now, I want to show you the
Hold
slowed
on.
down
We didn't
version.
we didn't watch the whole video.
Oh, sure. Let me go ahead
Cut
and
it
play.
off early.
Is that okay? And then I want to play a slowed down version, and I understand you won't answer
That's gonna
any
be up to the
questions.
mayor if he's
or-
gonna allow that or not. He's the presiding officer this year.
We've already seen this video, and unfortunately, the video cuts off before any of the interaction really took place. So you can show it one time, but we need to move on.
Sure. So this is a slowed down version of, oh, look. There we go. This is a slowed down version. And what you can see clearly here is Elizabeth Villafranca, Councilwoman Villafranca is here on the left. She's walking over towards Councilwoman Gonzalez, who is sitting here, standing, not moving, behind the city manager. And she continues to walk towards her.
Ask that you leave it play until the end.
Sure. I'm just narrating to make sure that people can clearly understand and see what's going on here. Okay. And the point I was trying to make, Ms. McSwain, is that the vote or this specific video was not referenced within your report, despite it being pretty indisputable evidence that someone walked towards somebody else.
Two council members walk, and the reason is because one council member walking to another council member across the room does not create a violation of any law, any code of ethics, any ordinance in and of itself. Regardless of what they were talking about, regardless if a person said something the other person didn't like, yelling and cursing, and the response she had is what I believe violated the code of ethics. It was
Sure.
the response to that conversation.
And now you're aware that Councilwoman Villafranca's statement that she made in the complaint that you earlier mentioned that you are familiar with and you referenced, you're familiar here that it says that while I was engaging in a conversation with the city attorney, I was approached by Councilwoman Lupe Gonzalez.
Right, that was not consistent. There was another time
Sure.
where Ms. Villafranca actually admitted to walking up. That wasn't consistent, and I reviewed that very
Sure.
closely.
And I also want to ask you a question about something in your report that I thought was, I'm not sure if it was a typo or what it was, but I do want to ask you about that. So in your report, you indicate on the second page, here in this paragraph here that's numbered, you're listing out the different sections of the Code of Ethics. And here you say that the Farmers Branch ethics policy contained within the code requires, I'm sorry, this fourth one. Farmers Branch Code of Ethics policy contained within the code requires elected officials and advisory board members to strive to create an operating environment.
Yes, that's what the code says, because it looked like, so that's how the code's worded. The code is worded that way, create an operating environment,
Sure.
free from hostility, et cetera. I
And
don't have it memorized. You've moved it, so I can't finish comment on it, but
now,
can you
in
go-
this paragraph here, you say the word Gonzalez is required to create an environment.
Right, that's my summary.
But up here, the word is not required, the word is strive to create an environment. And so those are
Strive to
different words.
Create an operating environment. To
And-
comply with the code, she's required to strive to do that.
Okay,
She can't control all atmospheres of her environment, but her actions are required to comply with that.
And
Cussing and yelling at someone and using the F
Sure.
word multiple times does not comply with that. She's not striving to create an unhostile environment or operating environment with that response to a disagreement.
And Ms. McSwain, I think that will be all the questions, but let me just make sure. Yep, that is it. Thank you.
Council, does anybody else have any questions of Ms. McSwain?
I have one. And I'm sorry, okay. Ms. McSwain, you had stated that our attorney had said when he, I guess, engaged you, that he was a witness and he was not our attorney on this. Could you expound on that?
No, he didn't say when your attorney on this. He said as far as the outcome of the ethics decision.
Pull the mic closer.
I keep doing it. I think. Okay, that's better, isn't it?
Yes.
No. What he said was the outcome of the ethics complaint, he had no part of because he was a witness to it, and the special prosecutor position, he had no part of. Because he was a witness, he wasn't involved in any of my research or decision-making on that. I did seek his guidance when Ms. Gonzalez's attorney asked for copies of documents that the city held, but we didn't go into any of the facts or allegations, just, hey, you've got an attorney asking for this public record, or these documents, which did not constitute public record.
In that
Also-
email, I apologize. In that email, did he state that she had no due process in this process?
No, he didn't say no due process. He said she doesn't have a property right.
Okay.
So,
I haven't seen the email, so I'm just,
oh, yeah, no.
okay.
She doesn't have a property right in this elected position,
Okay.
which she has received due process, right? I mean, she's here, she's had a notice, she's had opportunity to present herself, she's received a copy of the allegations. So the due process standards of notice and public hearing have been met in my book, but this is an administrative hearing, not a court of law, so some of the rules are like the rules of evidence don't apply, things
Right.
of that nature.
Right. So if he is not our attorney for the ethics violation and in this, should you be running it?
He's got.
I just don't know.
No, he's your attorney for, it specifically says in the code that he's your city attorney, that the complaint comes into the city secretary. He determines if he believes that this complaint's sufficient with the ordinance. And he determined it was, it alleged a specific act or acts that violated specific section or sections of that. Excuse me?
What do you do?
I don't know.
Well done.
That violated the code of ethics. Anyway, during that time, from there, it says in the ordinance that he shall appoint an independent third-party attorney to review the complaint. So he's your attorney on everything, not the actual meat of the investigation or the facts, that's me. He's your attorney on the process up to that, and my findings, the process after that, and from a public hearing standpoint, he's your city attorney, he's over the process of it, but not the meat of what happens.
Okay.
Or not the conclusion.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
And Councilwoman, I just want to be clear, Councilwoman Burton, what I handed you was the email that you were referring to. I wanted to make sure you had access to it. It's also included in the files that I provided to the city before this proceeding.
Can you read it, Mayor?
Did you have a question down here?
Yeah, I have many questions for Ms. McSwain, but I'm waiting to hear from at least some of the 28 witnesses that they are planning to bring forward first.
Mr. Roman, that was an hour, and I know that we won't have all 28 people, but thank you.
No, and my questions will be much shorter.
So I do have a question for Ms. McSwain. I just want to make sure you said the police did reach out to Ms. Gonzalez for an interview, and she declined. And then they called,
Well, actually, she agreed to it
oh, didn't show.
and then told, right, and then no showed, and then the officer attempted to reach her by phone and wasn't
Okay.
able to.
And then you said police tried to call her 2 more times.
Yes.
Okay, so, and then in the video that her counsel showed, it looked like what I saw was Elizabeth walking towards the center area,
Right.
walking, not charging, as I've read in other reports.
I agree that she was walking.
Okay, thank you, that's all I have.
And her initial report to police said when I walked over there, she started cussing at me. That was Via Franco's initial conversation with the police before she filed the ethics complaint.
Okay, thank you. You have a next witness?
Yes, Mr. Berman?
Thank you, but no thanks.
No worries. Councilwoman Villafranca? Yes. Would you like to come down here? Would you like for me to do the questions there?
Feel free to ask now.
Sure. Councilwoman, I want to start by asking you about your relationship with Councilwoman Gonzalez. You met Mayor. There have been several remarks that have been made from the gallery, and I think at the beginning you had indicated that you're not going to tolerate that type of behavior, and so I just want to bring it to your attention because this is about the 5th time that it's happened.
Okay, I'm sorry,
Sure.
I didn't hear it, but let me just remind everybody, outbursts from the audience won't be tolerated. I don't need you recording me. That's not really relevant. But if you would, please refrain from making comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. So I want to start by asking you about your relationship with Councilwoman Gonzalez. You met Lupe sometime in August of 2025 in a meeting for coffee. That's correct. And your friend, Mr. Bagby, was also there,
That's correct.
and you met just to get to know her.
She requested a meeting with me.
Okay, and you accepted to meet with her
That's correct.
for the purpose of getting to know her.
For the fact that she wanted to meet with me.
Okay. And sometime after that meeting, you met with Rafael Casares, and Ana Reyes was also there,
That's correct.
and you asked him to run for office,
I asked him if he would consider running for office.
and he declined. Is that correct? He declined?
That's correct.
And at some point, you started helping Lila Martinez, who was running against Councilwoman Gonzalez.
That's not correct. I did not support any candidate in that election.
Did you ever give any advice to help one candidate?
I met with both candidates. I actually took pictures with both candidates. I did not support either candidate. I decided that whoever won the election, I would happily work with either one.
And so it's your testimony that you never gave.
This is
any-
not a court of law. What's your point?
Councilwoman, I'm just asking
Okay.
for clarification. I don't want to misquote you or put any words in your mouth. So I'm just asking and making sure that you didn't give any advice to a candidate to help them in their campaign.
I probably gave them both advice, and I don't recall,
but I did not favor one or the other. I decided that I was not going to be involved in that campaign.
Did you ever use the word handlers?
I did. I do.
And you directed that comment to Councilwoman Gonzalez.
Well, she quickly proved to be combative and rude and disrespectful. And during one of the debates, I told her that it was fine, that we all had handlers, and she took offense to it. Anybody who has ever been in a campaign knows that we all have a handler. We have a campaign manager. You know this better than anybody.
Can I have somebody from IT again? This is not cooperating. Do I just have to open them in Paint? Okay. Okay, can you see that image there?
I'm not sure what it pertains
No, I just
to.
was making sure you could see it because I had to resize it because we had to open it in a weird format. So I just want to make sure you could see it before I ask you questions about it.
I'm sorry, I'm not going to answer these questions. They're not relevant to what happened on June the 2nd. We're not talking about anything else except what happened on June 2nd.
Councilwoman Villafranca, I'm just asking you what led up to it. Context is important, and that's all I'm trying to show.
I can tell you exactly what happened on June the 2nd if you think that that is appropriate. But I'm not going to go into all of these silly, I can tell you
Sure.
exactly what happened. Otherwise, I will not answer any more
Yeah.
questions of yours.
So you're not going to answer questions
I am
about
not.
your text messages?
No.
Okay, not a problem. Did you ever tell people that Councilwoman Gonzalez had never voted before?
We were all aware that she had never voted for because she said that to me and James when we met.
And you're aware that obviously Lupe won her election despite those efforts?
I'm sorry, there were no efforts, but
Despite those comments that you made to her and members of the community, she won her election.
that's not relevant. We're talking about what happened on June the 2nd.
Councilwoman, I will ask my questions, and if you would not like to answer them, you can simply just state you don't want to answer them, and that's okay.
I don't
And
want
I
to
will
answer
respect
them.
that.
Thank
Okay. I want to ask you about your relationship with her after she was elected. Now, I know there was conversations in council meetings about not being included in certain emails. Are you familiar with you sending an email to the city manager regarding a smoke detector for an issue in District 1?
I am elected to represent District 4, but I represent the entire city. I've been living in this community and working actively for 20 years, and I know many people in the city. When somebody reaches out to me, I email the city manager, and he can see fit who he can copy on an email.
So the answer to my question is that you don't include Councilwoman Gonzalez in emails for issues in her own district?
You're misconstruing what I just said.
No, I'm just asking so you do include her in the emails, is what you're saying?
You're misconstruing what I just said. What I just said is that when I am elected in District 4, but I represent the entire city, I know people in the entire city. When someone reaches out to me, it is good customer service for me to send the email to Ben. Ben can figure out whose district and who needs to be copied and who needs to be included. I do that for the entirety of the city, not just for Lupe.
Okay, so thank you for clarifying that you don't include her. So in that smoke detector issue, you didn't include her. There was another issue with wanting to request reports for Builders of Hope. In that email, you didn't include her.
Why would I? Is she the one distributing the Builders of Hope emails? Is she the one distributing the reports? Why would I?
Ma'am, you didn't include her in that email, is just the question.
And the answer is, why would I? Is she in charge of distributing the Builders of Hope reports?
Councilwoman, you're aware that Builders of Hope is a program specifically in District 1?
In the city of Farmers Branch,
Yes, ma'am, in District 1,
in the city of Farmers Branch, of which we all represent.
but specifically in District 1. Thank you. And there was a rezoning issue. You didn't include her in that email.
I'm sorry, can we please go back to the point of June the 2nd? What occurred on June the 2nd? Because I can tell you many things without you asking me questions.
Sure.
From the day that she was elected, I was so excited. I was so excited. This might save you all of your questions. And I thought we were going to have so much fun together, and I was going to show her in a year what it took me 20 years to learn. We were going to be all over town. I was going to introduce her to all of my people. I introduced her to state rep. You know, I was really excited. And from the very first day that she showed up, she made it very clear that she was not interested in speaking to me. I said hello to her. I spoke to her. Every time I saw her, I said, hey, I'd love to get together for coffee. I don't have time for coffee. I'd say hi to her, and she'd give me the third grade dirty look. You know, and I continue to do that because I am the adult in the room. And so from the day that she was elected, she made it very clear that she was not interested in having a relationship with me. And I continued. There are people that I don't see in the room right now, but I've been telling people from the day that she was elected how rude and disrespectful she is. Does that save you any of your questions?
No, ma'am, that wasn't the question I was asking. The question I was asking was whether you included her in a specific email. It sounds like you didn't. And then there was a sidewalk issue in District 1, and you didn't add her into that email either.
I don't know. I just was clear. I thought it was pretty clear. Tell me what you're not understanding. I was very
My
clear.
question was very specific,
I don't know
ma'am.
what districts people are in necessarily. I take the call, I immediately send an email to Ben, and then he decides who needs to be copied on it.
You don't believe it's a courtesy to include somebody in matters in their own district?
I don't know necessarily whose district somebody is calling me from. I just take the information and I forward it to Ben.
Mayor, the comments are starting again.
Please, Mayor Dodd, quiet, please. Sorry, sorry
So
about
this
the
is nothing,
conversation.
this is nothing personal against Lupe, against Tina, against David, or against Roger. This is what I do. I take a call, I take the information, I forward it to Ben. Ben sees fit who he is going to copy in it. I don't know where exactly, I have a general idea, all the districts, I know my district, but I don't have I always necessarily know whose district, is it 2, is it 3? And my job is to make sure that our residents get the best customer service, and then I'm able to forward that information to the city manager as soon as possible.
Councilman, you said you're in the adult in the room earlier, right? And you don't think it's adult-like to extend a courtesy when you're involved in matters in someone else's district that they were duly elected in?
That's not a matter of courtesy. I've just explained to you the way that I work, because the
Sure.
more important courtesy is the courtesy that we extend to our residents without playing political games. The most important courtesy is the courtesy to our residents.
And she has indicated to you that she would like to be included in these matters. And you said earlier that when she got elected, you did everything you could to try and work with her, but you never included her in these emails.
Ben decides who gets copied on the emails, not me.
Thank you. Next, I want to ask you about your affidavit on June the 2nd. You recognize this?
I do.
Okay, and this is your affidavit.
It is.
Okay. Now, the statements that you made here, they were all made under oath. Isn't that right?
If you say so.
Councilwoman, it says right here, Elizabeth Villafranca, who being by me first duly sworn, stated under oath the following.
That's correct.
So these statements are made under oath, and you sort of tell the truth.
That's correct.
And did you tell the truth when you made all these statements?
I did.
So let's start from the beginning of the incident. At the meeting, we've established that there was a dispute regarding who would be mayor pro tem.
There was no dispute.
There was disagreement about who would be mayor pro tem.
There was no dispute. The vote was taken and the vote was respected, and that
Yeah.
was the end of it.
But there was disagreement. You wanted a specific outcome and another group wanted a different
There
one.
was no dispute. Nobody was angry. I'd love for you to play the video of the vote. I was
Yeah.
not angry. I was not upset. I simply, the meeting was adjourned, and I picked up my things. If you watch the video, you can watch it in slow motion if you want to. I had my handful of things. I had my iPad, my files, my papers, and my purse, and I was ready. I was leaving, actually, I was already leaving. And I looked over to the city attorney and said, well, she's doing exactly what she got elected to do, in a low voice. She started walking toward me and said, if anybody is easily offended, I would ask that you excuse yourself from the room. And if you're watching this on TV, I would ask if you have children that you either lower the volume or turn it off. And when she looked, she turned over to me, even though I was not speaking to her, I was not directing myself to her. And I said to her, she said to me, if you have something to say, come and say it to my face, as she bowed up. And when she said that, I turned around. I was already leaving. I turned around and I walked. She used to sit over here where Councilman Neal is. This was her spot. And I was over there. I stood between the city manager and the mayor, and I did not move from there anymore. And I looked at her and I said, if you have something to say, no, she said that to me, and I looked at her and said, you're doing exactly what they elected you to do. I hope you find your voice soon. And that's when she lost it. And she immediately started screaming at me. I didn't say another word after that. She immediately started screaming at me, and she started saying a bunch of really bad things. And she just said, fuck you, you fucking bitch. I'll fuck you up. Imagine the shock on my face.
Well,
Before I knew it, she was in my face, and a police officer had to physically restrain her and pull her away because I was a split second away from being struck by her. I grabbed my things and I left immediately because I am accustomed to not being protected. And I didn't want anybody to say, kind of like what you're doing right now, turning the victim into the suspect. Well, she didn't do anything wrong. Well, it's not illegal. Well, it's not illegal to do that. Well, it's a public parking lot. So I got in my car and I went home. And that was it.
Excuse me, Councilman, I'm sorry. Mayor, I would ask that your daughter be removed. She's been staring at me and puckering her lips up at me. I would like for her to be removed.
I'm sitting here and I've been looking at her. She's not staring at you.
Sir, she's been staring at me this entire time, puckering
No,
her lips
okay.
at me and making a face as Councilwoman Villafranca is making her statements.
Okay.
I would please like her removed.
She's not, we're not removing her. She hasn't made any outburst. But if
Okay,
there, excuse me, one could say the same thing about your husband staring folks down.
Okay,
We're
but he's not making faces
we're-
at you.
we're not
City
going,
manager or
we're not going to
Mr.
remove anybody.
Berman, what else do I have to do to get her removed?
Technically, because this is an open meeting, under the Open Meetings Act, every person in the world has the right to attend and observe and to address the council before, during consideration of an item. If it's not unduly disruptive, I mean, you've done what you can. I don't know if her conduct is being unduly disruptive to the proceedings because nobody else is commenting about it.
Okay, then I would
But
like
what
to
I'm gonna
request my
suggest-
husband, could I please have your glasses? Thank you.
Councilwoman Villafranca, I appreciate you sharing all of that. I want to make sure that I understood what you said earlier. You said, it's your testimony that she said the words F you.
She didn't say F you. She said, fuck you.
Right. I'm, of course, replacing the word you're using for the word F, just to be mindful of those who are, like you said, listening. And you're 100% sure you heard her say that?
Without a doubt. But I think that I've already told you exactly what happened, and that is what you were trying to establish, and so I won't be answering any more of your questions.
Sure.
Thank you.
Well, Councilwoman, I just want to make sure you also heard her say the word, "I'll F you up." I want to play a recording for you. And before I play the recording, I ask that you not let the volume of the exchange distract you from the substance. I want you to listen carefully to each of the words that each person chose, what those words meant, how they were directed. A raised voice may command attention, but words can cut just as deeply, even when they're spoken softly. So I'm going to play it once. And if you don't want to answer any questions about it, I'm okay with that. I don't think your sound's working.
You can say it to my face instead of talking to you're not doing one of the two wrongs. I'm looking by your outwards. I'm looking by the spot your eyes. Please don't say to me like that. Wait, hey, ladies. I'm from the clip. I'm from the you're doing exactly what they had you do. That one intimidating. You're the one that called me over. I put you over because you're there. Have a nice evening. But not exactly what the advice for you to do. Simple question. I have residents complaining, thinking that he's still signing and you see it.
Councilwoman, again, I understand if you don't want to answer any questions. Did you hear the words, F you or I'll F you up?
I've already told you what happened. I won't be answering any more of your questions. Thank you.
Sure. I did not hear the words, I'll F you up, and I didn't hear the words, F you. And given that Councilwoman Villafranca has declined to continue to answer any further questions, I do also want to point out that in her report here, she also indicates that 2 Farmers Branch police officers had to come forward and intervene, and one had to physically restrain her with both arms from behind. And you're sure that happened?
I am.
Okay. I want to come back to that. And for now, I understand that you don't want to ask any more questions, so I will move on. I don't know if there's anybody from the council who has any questions for Councilwoman Villafranca.
Council, does anybody have any questions for Councilwoman Villafranca?
Well, the only question I have is, if you weren't upset by the vote, and you were leaving, you did not leave directly. You made a point of coming over here in front of me and saying, you sold your soul to the devil.
I felt that at that moment, I felt that Roger should have been Mayor Pro Tem. And I know the playbook. I already know the playbook because you tried to teach me the playbook, Omar. And so I knew that that was going to cost. I knew that there was going to be a price for that. But that's not relevant, actually, to the ethics complaint in the least. Watch the video of the vote. I wasn't the one running for mayor pro tem, and I wasn't the one running for deputy mayor pro tem. Maybe that would have been different if that was the case, but I didn't have any rubber in the thing.
I understand that, but I'm just commenting on your comment saying that you weren't upset, you accepted it, you decided to move on. A commentary like that saying you sold your soul to the devil really doesn't seem like you accepted it or moved on and decided that the point was over. Nor was there ever any inquiry about why I voted the way that I did. So I just wanted to make that comment.
Councilwoman, do you want to ask any questions of anybody? You're done?
Well, there are other witnesses, but I do want to make another statement. But I'm happy to wait.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm still waiting to hear the other witnesses that he has on his list.
Okay, all right, fair enough.
The only other statement that I wanted to make is that, and I understand Councilwoman Villafranca is not answering questions, and so I'll just make these statements. On June 11th, 2026, there was a council meeting. All city council members were in attendance. And the subject of the discussion was to discuss council member interactions, and that's what was publicly posted on the agenda. And that included having discussions about, when referring to interactions, that included talking about the June 2nd meeting and what transpired. And originally, it was scheduled for an executive session, which are typically not open to the public. And Councilwoman Gonzalez made a motion to bring this out into the public, and the motion passed. Councilwoman Villafranca voted against bringing the discussion to the public, and she was the only one who voted in opposition to that. Then secondarily to that, there was a poll taken by you, Mayor, about playing a video from June the 2nd. And we've all seen the video indicating that Councilwoman Villafranca started from this side of the room and moved, whatever term we want to use, over to Councilwoman Gonzalez, who was standing behind the city manager here. And the vote for that was a 4-to-1 vote to play it in the public meeting, and Councilwoman Villafranca was the only one who voted against playing that video that contradicted her written statement that she gave under oath. And with that, I'm ready to move on to my next witness, provided that there aren't any other questions.
Move on.
Okay. Officer Cervantes.
Officer Cervantes, let me just swear you in. Raise your hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? Yes, sir. All right. If you would, sit over at the table on the side there, and you know how to turn the microphone on? Thank you.
Hi, Officer Cervantes. Thank you for being here. My questions will be very brief for you. You were the police officer standing in the back of the room here on the right, correct?
Correct.
And you normally stand there in the back?
Yes.
And that's where you were throughout this entire interaction?
facing, I was on the right-hand side, and a trainee was on the left-hand side.
And did you at any point hear Councilwoman Gonzalez say, "I'm going to F you up"?
No.
Okay. I don't have any further questions.
Council, anybody have any questions of Officer Farley's?
Yes, I do.
So, okay, so in the complaint, it said that an officer, not you, an officer restrained, I believe, Councilwoman Gonzalez from behind and her arms. Were you that officer?
Yes, I wasn't a restrainer. I just put my arm in between them to try to separate both of them.
So you did not have her arms?
No, I don't believe so.
Was the
I just had-
cheesecake still in her hands?
Was what?
The cheesecake still in her right hand?
I believe her purse and her, whatever she was carrying was still in her hand.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Neal?
I'm going to wait for another witness or two, but I will like to call him back later.
Okay. Officers Fernandez, I have a couple of questions for you, please. So when the two ladies were in immediate proximity of each other, did you witness me get up and attempt to separate them?
I don't believe so. When I saw them going back and forth, that's when I made my way around to try to separate
Yes.
both of them.
And you came from this direction,
Correct.
so which would be our left, okay? And when you walked up, you came up behind Councilwoman Gonzalez,
Yes.
okay? Did you not see me standing next to both of the ladies? And let me just illustrate. Councilwoman Gonzalez, Councilwoman Villafranca, right here. Is that what you observed?
I know they were in front of you. I'm not sure. I just wanted to make sure I was separating both of them and just letting them know that it wasn't the time or place for what they were doing. So that's why I was
Okay.
trying to separate.
So when you came up behind Councilwoman Gonzalez, do you remember grabbing both of her arms and pulling her backwards? And then turning.
It's possible. To be honest with you, I don't remember.
Okay.
It's not like they were going at it each other. I was just trying to make sure I separated both of them to prevent any physical altercation.
Understood, as I was too. And you didn't have body camera rolling?
I did not.
Okay. And nor did your partner
No.
that night? Okay. Did you observe, what did you observe after you separated the two?
They continued to go back and forth with each other, and I told, I believe, Councilwoman Villafranca that she needed to leave. When she left to my right from where you are, then they each went their separate way.
And so they each went their separate way?
I know she went towards the parking lot, or she went out the door. I'm not sure where she went after that.
Councilwoman Villafranca, okay. And Councilwoman Gonzalez?
I believe she stayed over here.
Okay. Were there any further interactions?
Not after that.
Okay, that's all I have. You done? Thank you so much.
Mayor, we need to make something very clear to everyone involved. The council direction was staff would have optional participation. They may be called, they may come up. Staff, as the direction of the council, unless it's changed at this meeting, it is up to you to participate or not. Jawari is my deputy. Please come sit at the front table to be there for staff should they have any questions. But staff should not speculate. Staff should not be asked to make assumptions. They can do statements of fact and statements of fact alone should they choose to participate.
Thank you for the clarification.
Thank you.
I appreciate that. Okay, thank you, officer. Next witness.
Officer Rachel Crawford. Chief Kevin McCoy.
Mayor and Council, I'm requesting that my staff should not be brought into this. This is a matter that's being discussed between the council. It's not fair to them. And per ICMA and TCMA Code of Ethics, I have to maintain control.
We will respect that.
So I just want to be clear that Chief Kevin McCoy will not be testifying today. Is that
Yes, sir.
okay? Chief Daniel Latimer.
I will say the same for every employee that I have.
Okay. Same for Robert Diaz.
Yes,
Same for Darren Harris.
yes,
Same for John Roach.
yes,
Okay. Same for Jay Patel.
yes,
Same for Stacy Henderson.
yes,
Ariel Wallace.
yes,
Quinn Mercado.
yes, Joey
Joey Brock.
yes,
Derek Hull.
yes,
And Colin Faulkner.
yes.
Okay. I do have some questions for you, Mayor, if you're open to questions. Is that okay?
I'll listen to your questions, and I'll decide whether I'm
Sure.
going to answer them.
Mayor, I just want to ask you very quick questions about June 2nd. We know that you were present at this meeting, and you stuck around while this altercation was happening as well. Did you hear what was being said between the two councilwomen?
I did not stuck around, as you referred to. I was sitting here signing my paperwork,
Sure. You remained after the meeting?
I was taking care of the duties of the mayor.
Sure.
Yes.
So, and did you hear Councilwoman Gonzalez speak with Councilwoman Villafranca? Did you hear that interaction at all?
Parts of it.
Okay. Did you hear Councilwoman Gonzalez use the words, "I'm going to F you up"?
Yes.
And you heard the recording earlier, isn't that right?
It's very difficult for me to hear on that.
Would it help if I read a transcript?
No, I was here.
Okay.
I know exactly what happened. And my police report, as well as video testimony of the police department, also affirmed that.
Okay. And you're 100% sure that she said those words?
Yes.
Okay. That's it.
Thank you. Does anybody have any questions for me?
I do, Mayor.
Go ahead.
So can you tell us where you were sitting or standing or located when the incident began?
I have the video up if that helps.
It's not necessary, thank you.
I was sitting here at the mayor's position, just like I am now.
And how far were you from the occurrence of the assault?
So I was sitting here, and the assault, as you said, took place right behind me.
Can you tell me where Councilwoman Gonzalez sat in relation to council meetings and where I sat in relation to council meetings on June the 2nd, where our seats were?
Yes, Councilwoman Gonzalez sat at the left seat to my left, where Councilman Neal is now sitting, and you sat on the right side, or to my right, I should say, where Councilwoman Bennett is sitting.
So she sat at the far end, and I sat next to the city attorney.
Correct.
Nothing blocked your view or affected your ability to hear what was said, correct?
No.
And you heard Ms. Gonzalez tell me, "I'll fuck you up," correct?
Yes.
Please describe in your own words everything you saw and heard before, during, and after the incident?
Once again, I would refer everyone to my sworn statement, but I will say towards the end of the council meeting, there had been some heated discussion about assigning positions of Mayor Pro Tem and Deputy Mayor Pro Tem. We've already established that. After adjourning the city council meeting, as I just stated, I was sitting here signing documents and gathering my belongings when I heard Councilwoman Gonzalez yell to you, "If you have something to say, come and say it to my face." Councilwoman Gonzalez yelled her statement in what I would term a pretty hostile manner. Both were near their respective council seats at that time. I then saw Councilwoman Gonzalez approach my direction. I wasn't exactly watching, but I could see. And I did not see Councilwoman Villafranca come to where she was, but both ended up directly behind me. Seated next to me were our city manager and our city attorney. And I heard conversation behind me with the F word. I heard Councilwoman Gonzalez say in a loud voice, "You don't tell me what to effing do." And I am softening that statement. And then I heard you, Councilwoman Villafranca, said, "I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you how it has worked in the past." Gonzalez then said, "I am nobody's effing person. I make my own decisions. F you. I don't have to listen to you." I then turned around and said, "Ladies, enough, stop." That's on the video. I could tell that the comments from Councilwoman Gonzalez were getting very heated. I then turned back around to finish my work. I never heard Councilwoman Villafranca yell or shout. But I did hear a comment, "You're doing what they want you to do." At that point, I turned around and I witnessed Councilwoman Gonzalez I said, bow up or square up to Councilwoman Villafranca as though she was going to throw a punch or hit Elizabeth. Gonzalez then said to Villafranca, and they were about face to face, "I will F you up." I immediately jumped out of my chair and I laid hands on Villafranca, on Councilwoman Villafranca's right arm with my left hand, and I also laid hands on Gonzalez, her left arm with my right hand, and tried to move each away from each other. I was absolutely sure that Gonzalez, her actions posed an imminent threat to Councilwoman Villafranca, and I was convinced at that moment that she was going to take a swing, that Gonzalez was going to take a swing, because I saw a fist. It was not raised. At the same moment, I was trying to separate the two. Gonzalez was very resistant, kept pressing forward towards Councilwoman Villafranca, and that's when one of the police officers, Officer Cervantes, grabbed Gonzalez by both arms and pulled her back and away from Councilwoman Villafranca. This all happened in instantaneous. It was very, very fast. When I turned back around to see if Villafranca was okay, because I had pushed her, she had already left the dais and was walking down to leave the chambers. Gonzalez, Councilwoman Gonzalez then said to me, "I am nobody's person. I make up my own mind." She was extremely upset. Again, the city manager was sitting right next to me, as was the city attorney. I told Gonzalez, "We cannot have that. You cannot act that way." I was very firm in what I said to her. I told Gonzalez that I would speak to Villafranca, and I told Gonzalez, "You can never do that again." Gonzalez, Councilwoman Gonzalez, stayed for a few more minutes and asked a couple of questions about some code enforcement issue. I tried to engage her in a little conversation, as I didn't want her to go out in the lobby to chase down Councilwoman Villafranca. Things did seem to die down after about 3 or 4 minutes, and then Councilwoman Gonzalez left. I then stayed to discuss what had just happened with the city manager. And I told the city manager, "We have to do something. I cannot allow this to happen again. Excuse me. And it wasn't that I allowed the incident to happen. It happened pretty spontaneously, pretty quickly. But where we got to, we were at the brink of what I felt to be a physical altercation about to happen. I was genuinely fearful for harm to Councilwoman Villafranca, and I didn't even think about my own safety. I just reacted out of instinct, and I tried to get between the two in order to keep anybody from throwing a punch at Councilwoman Villafranca. As a follow-up to this, on Wednesday morning, I called to speak to Councilwoman Gonzalez about the incident. I also recapped my conversation with the city manager after I talked to her. I told Councilwoman Gonzalez that I first wanted to apologize for laying hands on her arm on Tuesday night, but I was afraid that she was going to try to and punch Villafranca. I wanted her to know that I was trying to stop that from happening. I told her exactly where my hand was. Councilwoman Gonzalez then told me that she didn't even realize that I had laid hands on her arm, but that was okay. She said, "I didn't even realize that you did it. That's okay." And then we talked about other stuff. And we also went on to talk about what happened and what caused her to react the way she did. I wanted to understand, I should say, why Gonzalez felt the need to resort to some physical action. Not once during my conversation on Wednesday with Councilwoman Gonzalez or after the incident on Tuesday evening did Gonzalez ever offer an apology for what had happened. Next question.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilwoman Gonzalez put out a statement on social media indicating that you touched her chest. Is that true?
No, that is not true.
I know you just said this, but did Councilwoman Gonzalez offer any apology for her unacceptable behavior at any time?
She did not.
Thank you, Mayor.
Mayor, I do have some follow-up questions. I just want to clarify, the statement you were reading from, is that the statement that you gave to the police?
Yes.
Okay. And I want to be very respectful of the question I'm going to ask next, so please don't interpret it as such. You said you were close enough to be able to hear and that nothing impeded your ability to clearly hear that Councilwoman Gonzalez made those statements, right?
When she was speaking loudly and making the statements that she did, which, as I said, I'm not anybody's effing person. I make up my own decisions. F you. I don't have to listen to you. Yeah, heard that very clearly.
Okay. And I know that I've watched some of the council meetings sometimes, and you've sometimes haven't been able to hear some of the conversations that have been going on. And I'm noticing that you do have some hearing aids today.
Mm-hmm.
I'm looking at the video here from June the 2nd, and I don't see that you have them on.
I was not wearing them that night.
Okay.
I didn't have a problem hearing what was happening right behind me.
Sure.
Okay? My issue is when there are people in the back, as you referenced earlier, making comments, and I didn't hear that. So you heard something that I didn't in the back of the room.
Sure.
Okay?
Okay. Those are all the questions I had.
Thank you.
Can I ask a follow-up?
You may.
Can you pull up the beginning of the video?
Ah, there we go.
Okay, you said you were sitting next to the attorney. If you look there, the attorney has already left his seat, is over on the left side of the dais.
Well, this video doesn't show that I believe he did come back and sit down.
Not while the two women were together. Can you forward the video? Not that I recall, anyway.
He's moving to his chair right there.
Right. My point was, he wasn't anywhere near there, and you had just said that you were sitting there with the attorney and the city manager. Just wanted to point that out.
He's standing right here next to his chair before he sat down. So when you say not anywhere near there, that's your opinion, but we're probably 3.5 to 4 feet
Okay.
from,
I'm just saying, you made it sound like you were sitting next to him.
I was sitting next to him. And then if he got up, but then he also came back because we sat here and had the discussion after this altercation.
Yeah, after the altercation, but I just wanted to point out that he wasn't sitting there during the altercation, as you had previously alluded to.
Sorry, just because there's confusion, I wanted to zoom in for everybody so y'all could see everything. Oh, it's VLC doesn't, yeah. Yeah, VLC doesn't.
That was it. Looks like it stops at about 40 seconds. Right there. That's the last of it.
It didn't fall. I don't know if she had it in her hand. I don't think it was in her right hand.
I just want to make sure. Yeah, we'll just not waste time.
Any other questions for the mayor? Okay,
Just wanted to make sure I was remembering it correctly.
sure. Are you ready for my next witness?
Next witness.
Okay. Let's see. Next, I would like to call Mr. Williamson, City Manager.
Mr. Roman, I do serve the entire council under advisement of the council. It is not appropriate for me, especially with an audio clip that's been played. All I can do is defer to the audio clip that you prepared, which matches what I recall.
Okay, thank you. Then Ms. Jawaria Tareen.
She will be in the same boat. We have the same code of ethics, and she serves in my absence, so she will also yield to the clip.
Okay. Aaron Flores.
Similar to other staff as well, they'll decline.
Next, I would like to ask a few questions of your HR director.
As staff, he would be in the same boat. He was also pretty far away that night, so.
Okay. Roger Neal.
Thanks, but no thanks.
Okay. Councilwoman Burton.
Be careful.
Councilwoman Burton, I want to talk about the relationship as you perceived it between Councilwoman Gonzalez and Councilwoman Villafranca. Do you know about any instances where you had personally perceived any interactions between them before Councilwoman Gonzalez was elected?
We would all be here to say.
Okay. Are you personally aware of any sort of material that had been published from any groups that either parties are affiliated with?
Just on social media.
Okay. And what about after Councilwoman Gonzalez was elected? Do you have any insight onto the interaction between them?
I mean, Councilwoman Villafranca has already answered that and stated she called her, said she had repeatedly said her handlers. So
And is that a remark that she typically makes often, or is it pretty rare?
it's pretty often.
When you say pretty often, what does that mean?
Almost every council meeting, or stating that she was just doing what she was elected to do or doing what she was told to do, inferring that she wasn't making her own decisions.
Are there any other remarks that stood out to you from Councilwoman Villafranca to Councilwoman Gonzalez?
There was one evening after an executive session when we were walking out of the CMO's office, city manager's office, to return to the dais, and she and Councilwoman Gonzalez were having interactions, stating the same thing, but in Spanish, and Councilwoman Gonzalez kept asking her to say it in English, to state it in English. I had to then later ask Councilwoman Gonzalez, I do not speak Spanish, what was being said, and it was essentially the same thing, so it was just in Spanish.
And you earlier mentioned that these comments are being made to Councilwoman Gonzalez almost every council meeting. How many council meetings do you have a month?
2.
And are there any other meetings that take place that are not just those 2?
Special called meetings such as this, board meetings, yeah.
And sometimes do you guys attend events and are there together?
Yes,
So these remarks are being made at least twice a month,
yes,
but could be more.
correct.
And during each instance that during each meeting that these remarks are being made, are they made once or multiple times throughout these individual meetings?
Depends on the discussion and the vote.
Okay. Now, I was reviewing a video, one of your meetings on June 11th, 2026, and you had made some remarks about people taking jabs, making personal attacks, snarky remarks and the sort. Can you elaborate on what you meant by that?
That's exactly what they do. I mean, if my perception is if they don't get what they want in a vote, they take a personal jab. They do it during council meetings, and they is she, quite frankly.
When you say she, who is she?
She is Councilwoman Villafranca. And it's all on video. You can go back and watch any of the videos over the last 9 months. I mean, this is public, so, you know, DART was one of them. She kept saying, when you see who they are, believe who they are. They're anti-transit, da-da-da. To a point on that specific one, I actually had to ask Mr. Berman, was there ever a time in any meeting during any discussion that any other council member would have indicated that we were anti-transit? And he answered no. Oh, sorry. I apologize.
Now, on June 2nd, I see that you're standing right there in the middle, wearing the white with the black blazer, right?
Correct.
And you heard earlier testimony, the investigator had mentioned that Councilwoman Gonzalez created an outburst and breached the peace. Do you remember that?
Correct. Yes.
And did you hear anything?
No.
Did anything attract your attention to turn around and see what was going on?
No.
And when was the next time that you saw Councilwoman Gonzalez that night after this incident? Did you see anything going on up here at all?
No.
When was the next time that you saw her?
No. I'm not certain that I did. I saw Councilwoman Villafranca walk out.
Okay. And so you didn't see any interaction between the police officer at all either?
No.
Okay. And then I want to ask you about your interaction with what you've perceived in terms of Councilwoman Villafranca interacting with other members of the council. The way that she treats Councilwoman Gonzalez, as you've already mentioned, is that pretty consistent to how she treats some of the other peers here?
It just depends on the vote.
So she has behaved in a similar way with other members of the council.
Yes,
Can you give some examples that stand out to you?
Councilman Reed,
Can you elaborate on what that means?
that's up to him.
Okay. And how about interactions with staff? How is it, have you seen her interact with staff members?
No.
Okay.
I have, but not like up close and personal. It's just from a distance at different meetings.
Any interactions that stand out to you?
Yes,
Can you elaborate?
when she refuses to speak to city management when she walks into a room.
Okay. Now, you also said at the June 11th meeting, when your vote does not go your way, that's part of public service. What specifically were you referring to then?
I was referring to the vote on the mayor pro tem.
Okay. You also mentioned that people spend weeks or months attacking the motives, character, or integrity of those who reached a different conclusion. Do you remember making those statements?
Yes.
And who were you referring to when you made those statements?
Honestly, it was not just Councilwoman Villafranca, because I've been doing this almost 4 years now, and there have been others. It's just, that is the nature of it when you get emotional about a decision.
And so when you made that statement, it did include Councilwoman
It
Villafranca?
did include it, but it was not exclusive to her.
Have you ever been called any names by Councilwoman Villafranca?
Well, evidently, I'm the devil.
Are there any other comments or remarks that she has made directly towards you?
She called us all jackasses that evening.
And when you heard that, was that shortly after the meeting ended, or was that
It was-
towards the end when you saw her leave?
It was very shortly after the meeting ended.
Okay. And you said assholes, as in plural?
Jackasses.
Oh, jackasses, as in plural?
As the three of us at that end, and I quote, the jackasses at that end.
And who were the ones at that end?
David, myself, and Lupe.
Okay. I don't have any other questions at this time.
Council, does anybody have any questions for Councilman Bennett?
Okay. Next is Councilmember Reed.
Yes.
Councilmember, I have very similar questions as the questions that I asked Councilmember Bennett Burton. Do you remember the evening of June the 2nd?
Yes.
And what is it that you remember from that evening?
It's pretty funny, actually, because I had turned around, as you can see in the video, I was grabbing my hat. I went to, it was Officer Cervantes, and I forget the trainee, Crawford? Is it Crawford? Officer Crawford. It was, she knew there was her first meeting. And I said to him, was it as exciting as you thought it would be? Famous last words. And so I'm chatting with them. At that point, Lupe had already walked past me. It wasn't a charge. I would have noticed it. And then while I was chatting with them, Officer Cervantes noticed that the altercation was getting heated up. And so he rushed around, and at that point, I couldn't tell whether he grabbed her arms or not because his back was to me as he went around me. But I did not hear, the profanity. So, and then, like I said earlier, after everything got separated, Lupe came over here, Elizabeth left. She made a point of coming over here in front of me and saying, I think this is what Tina was referring to, telling me that I sold my soul to the devil because of the vote that we had regarding Mayor Pro Tem.
So it sounds like she was very bothered by the way that the vote ended up.
Correct, correct.
And-
And that tends to be what happens if she's on the losing end. There's typically commentary, there's typically a little bit of attitude. I'm reminded of a quote that someone introduced me to. It's like the difference between a leader and a bully is how they treat you if you disagree with them. So I've witnessed that on
And-
multiple occasions.
Thank you, Councilmember. And you mentioned that sometimes Councilwoman Villafranca will make commentary. And other than the example that you've just provided, are there any other comments that she's made that stand out to you?
Nothing specifically. A lot of times it's noises, it might be facial, things along those lines.
I see. So it's small expressions that maybe in isolation don't mean anything, but over time added up, they tell a story.
Correct, it shows a pattern.
Yeah. And I want to ask you about the June 11th meeting as well. That was a meeting where you had made some comments and you said that just because someone voted an inconsistent way from you, they're not a bad person, they're not out to get you, or they're not out to get a specific group. Do you remember making that remark?
No,
Okay.
but I trust you.
And you had mentioned that you had experienced name calling and backstabbing. Is that the name calling that we just talked about? Is that what you were referring to? Was that something else?
That was something else. There were other instances which I can't discuss.
Okay. Have you ever seen Councilwoman Villafranca interact with Councilwoman Gonzalez?
Have I seen them interact? Yeah, it's
And is there anything that stands out to you?
always pretty cold.
Mhm. And what do you mean by that?
It's, there's no camaraderie, there's no warmth there. It's just seems almost adversarial.
And the way that you've described her treating you, Councilwoman Gonzalez, does she treat any of her other peers in that way?
A lot of times she'll lump us together, like we've heard earlier in regards to the power of three. When she wants to use it, it's fine as a strategy. When someone else uses it that's adverse to what she would like to see happen, it's a shadow government. It's, I know the game plan, that type of thing, where it comes out to be what's the word I'm looking for? A conspiracy. But it's a tool that we have available to us that we use. And so that's it.
Okay. And then in terms of how she interacts with members in the community or staff members, have you ever seen any interactions that stand out to you?
As far as members of the community, no, I have not seen anything. As far as staff, there's instances that I'm aware of, but I don't feel comfortable commenting on.
Okay. That's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Council, does anybody have any questions for Councilman Reed? Next.
Okay. Next, I'd like to call Nancy Williams.
Nancy, if you would, raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, whole truth, nothing but the truth?
You have to press the button. And there you go.
All right, state your name and your address. All right, make sure you're talking into the microphone, please.
Is that better?
Yeah.
Let's begin by introducing yourself. You already stated your name. And can you tell us how is it that you know Councilwoman Villafranca?
I think I first met her when she was running for office.
And did you help? Sorry, go ahead.
I think that's what I remember, getting to know her then.
And did you help her with her election at that time?
I did some block walking, route block walking for her. I was a big supporter of her.
And did anything change that made you not a supporter of her?
As I told Elizabeth during the mayoral runoff election that I acknowledged I had distanced myself from her. And I also told her at the time that I would actually like to meet with her sometime and tell her why. But it started last fall.
Counselor, I want to remind you that we're here to review the ethics allegation against Councilwoman Gonzalez. Councilwoman Villafranca is not on trial here. We need to, unless this witness was present, we need to really stick to what happened on the 2nd.
Mayor, the reason this is relevant to the discussion is because this goes to credibility of the witness. And so the statements that are being made by Councilwoman Villafranca and the statements that have been made by Councilwoman Gonzalez, this is an issue of credibility because nobody really knows what happens. And so we have a he said, she said, and between there's a sprinkle of evidence that we can look to. But the testimony she's given goes to helping the members of this city council assess the credibility of the statements that have been made.
We have a report from the investigating attorney that establishes most of what happened, and that the investigator found that there were ethics violations, and she stated that in her report, okay? So we really need to, it's 11:40 at night, we really need to stick to that so we can move this.
But Mayor, we intend to dispute the findings in the investigation. And part of what is not included in the investigation is the history of the interactions between the two. So not just credibility, but it also goes to elaborate and explain that Councilwoman Gonzalez is not the aggressor in situations. It's quite the opposite. So this goes to show that as well. And as it relates to treating others, how they should be treated, the issue that has been disputed, the characterizations that are being made.
Mr. Roman, I'd like to call a point of order. Number one, I would like to hear. Number two, can you call him Mr. Roman, not counselor? He is not a counselor.
Mr. Roman,
Thank you, Councilwoman, for clarifying.
If you're, I want to make sure I understand. You're disputing all of the facts that are in the report from the special investigator? Excuse me, I say facts. I'll say the findings of the report of the special investigator. Is that what you're disputing?
Sure, that's what we're here for. And also, the charter or the code of ethics specifically allows Councilwoman Gonzalez, through her representative, to present evidence and question witnesses. It doesn't confine to the types of questions. The only restriction is that things remain relevant to the discussion that's been posted on the agenda, consistent with the Texas Open Meetings Act. And I believe I'm within the bounds because, as I've already explained, it goes to credibility, and it also goes to trying to understand what actually happened and figuring out who might have done what.
Okay, well,
And I think one council member has indicated that at least she's interested in hearing because it weighs on her opinion.
that's fine. Was this witness present in the room that night?
Well, we don't know because
Well, would you ask her, please? Because I think that might have some bearing on, like, moving this along.
Sure. And Mayor, I don't have very many witnesses left after this. So I'm happy to move forward, and I'm sure we'll get through it quite quickly.
Thank you.
And so we were talking about what changed. You were a big fan, you helped support her, and what changed?
It was around the time that Lupe was preparing to run for office. And even before then, I had noticed that every time I saw Elizabeth, it seemed like, regardless of what the conversation was, she would mention Tina. And it was in a negative way. And there really is a tie between this. When Lupe, Elizabeth and I were with some others at a meeting, and we were talking about the upcoming election for District 1. And I mentioned that I had decided to support Lupe. And I gave my reasons why. And Elizabeth had met with Lupe already and talked negatively about her. I gave Elizabeth my reasons for why I would not support the other candidate. And it seemed like ever since then we kind of had a distance anyway. But even that night, it was the night of the forum for the candidates, for District 1 candidates. And I did see Elizabeth outside talking to the other candidate prior to the meeting, but she and Elizabeth were walking up and down the flight of stairs, and she mentioned Tina in a negative way. We weren't talking about Tina. There was no election for District 2. I don't even think Tina was at that forum, but maybe. Anyway, since then, it seemed like there was a pattern of now Lupe was involved. And I had heard remarks over different times that Lupe was just, I didn't hear the handler phrase, but it was, she's just doing what they were telling her to do. And it seemed tied in with Tina, who I never quite figured out. I never heard specific negative things. It was more, like, she's crazy, or that Tina wasn't what she appears to be, or that things are not, sometimes it was just things in general, I don't know, things are not what they appear to be. And then Lupe seemed tied in with that now after her election. Elizabeth did mention one time that she was complaining that Lupe seemed to distance herself or not be tied in with her. And it seemed, I don't know if it was specific or implied in my mind, that it was somehow tied in with Tina. And I just, one of them is just speculations, I won't go there.
No word. And how do you know, in contrast, and how is it that you know Councilwoman Gonzalez?
I met her really when she was running for office. I didn't know her until then. I was impressed with, and I told others this, I was impressed that she was PTA president 2 terms, because having been involved with PTA in the past, I know how time-consuming it is. And it also meant to me that she was, even if she had to work with for the city before or been active in elections, that she had a commitment to education and family and the community. And that was really what drew me to her. And that was about it. To be negative about the opponent, that's not relevant.
Yeah. Did you ever see her interact with members in the community? I'm referring to Councilwoman
Well, we
Gonzalez.
did block walking together.
Mhm.
That's when I first saw her. And lots of people knew her. And, I mean, just a lot of people greeted her. And then she also went to houses that they didn't know her yet, but just casual and friendly and kind of quiet spoken.
Did they seem to receive her well?
Yes.
And the interactions were all positive?
Yes.
And have you ever seen Councilwoman Gonzalez speak negatively about someone?
I don't think I've ever heard her say anything negative about anybody.
What about during her campaign? I know sometimes campaigns can get crazy. Did she make any remarks
No,
about
and
her?
one thing I really liked was she didn't criticize even other opponent. She just was running on her own
Yeah.
qualifications.
And do you know if there,
I've got to say, if you see me shaking, I'm not nervous, I'm freezing in here. So, go ahead.
and did she receive any nasty remarks or negative commentary from the opposing side?
I don't know if it was directly from the opposing side. It was, we heard comments that the opposing side had made about her.
And so it sounds like despite knowing that she made these remarks, she rose above it and she chose not to.
Just ignore it.
Have you ever seen her be intimidating towards anyone? Have you ever seen her threaten anyone?
No.
Have you ever seen her hit anyone?
No.
Have you ever seen her attempt to hit anyone?
No.
Do you think she's capable of hurting anyone?
That's hard. I mean, I can't imagine. I mean, I've never observed her as anything but, just brilliant. Like, I always thought of her as quiet spoken, but a confident person. And, I can't imagine her hitting anybody.
Now, I want to talk about the interactions that you had witnessed before Councilwoman Gonzalez was even elected. Do you remember being at a meeting for the Branch Vision at Councilwoman Villafranca's home?
Yes.
Tell me about what happened there.
Well, I had mentioned in that meeting that I had decided to support Lupe. And Elizabeth mentioned that the other opponent had voted regularly and that Lupe had not. She had talked about having a meeting with James Bagby, this was mentioned earlier this evening, with Lupe, and that she was not impressed with her as a candidate.
Did she mention why she wasn't impressed?
That she didn't seem to know anything and know what it was all about.
Now, I want to talk about their relationship after Councilwoman Gonzalez was elected. Did you ever see Councilwoman Gonzalez and Villafranca together at any point?
Together, well, there was a thing called the point in time count. That's, locally, it was done through MetroCrest Services, and Lupe and Tina and Elizabeth were all volunteers for that count that evening. It's an annual count of homeless people with homelessness, done all over the country, and they volunteered for that, and I was there as well. In fact, we rode together.
And,
The four of us
and who,
were assigned together to go out. We were each, the volunteers were already assigned by the staff at Metro Crest to, who would be grouped together and where we would go.
and how did Councilwoman Villafranca react to having Councilwoman Gonzalez there? And I was-
Counselor, you're asking her to speculate on reaction or an action. We need to circle this back to the events of June 2nd, okay? And I think we've gotten enough character witnesses 3 weeks ago or whatever it was. So please, circle back to the events of June 2nd. Was this witness in the room? Were you at the council meeting on June 2nd?
No, I was not.
Okay.
Mayor, may I continue my questions?
You can have 2 more minutes with her, and then we're going to wrap this up with her.
Mayor, I want to remind you that the Code of Ethics specifically allows her to put on a defense.
You can have 2 more minutes with this witness, and then you have other witnesses you need to call. Let's get this over with.
Mayor, I have one more witness after this.
Very good. 2 more minutes here.
I want to talk about, how did she react when she learned that Councilwoman Gonzalez was going to be participating in this event?
She mentioned that Tina, they hadn't even told her that they were coming that night.
Did she seem excited about it? Was she bothered by it? How would you characterize that?
There wasn't really interaction. You know, like, I think we're all sitting at the same table during our training. It's like an hour-long training video and also before we went out. And I think I thought to myself, normally, they're council members, they know each other, you kind of greet each other, and if they did, I didn't see that. And we were in a car together that evening, and I didn't really see conversation between her and the others.
Okay. Now, I want to fast forward to after the June 2nd incident. You're familiar with what happened on June 2nd. Have you ever heard Councilwoman Villafranca speak about the incident around you?
Around me? Not exactly about the incident, but that, I know when we were poll sitting for our mayoral candidates, we had different candidates, but yeah, sometimes we're in close proximity during the poll sitting. I heard her telling people that the council has to learn to get along, they have to learn to work together.
And what was your reaction when you heard that from her?
I don't think I said anything.
And what did you think?
I thought you also, I thought Elizabeth needed to work together and get along with the other council members.
And while poll sitting, did you come across any evidence that you personally saw where Councilwoman Villafranca was reading some notes that might be related to these proceedings?
My neighbor saw some notes and shared that.
And what did that image show?
It was standing behind her and saw that she was, while she was sitting, poll sitting, she had papers with her, and it was something about, assault and ethics charges or something. But
Did it say assault
he
notes?
took a picture of it, he shared it with me. And I didn't read all the wording, I just thought it was interesting she was studying what could be considered assault, I think, for an ethics charge.
Mr. Roman?
That was the last question.
Thank you. Council, does anybody have any questions for Ms. Williams? I will. Oh, no, I will. Let's just start with what you just said. You did not see the notes. You said your neighbor did, right?
Took a photo.
Oh, so a photo. You actually saw a photo of these notes? Okay. I want to go back to something you said at the very beginning. You said Councilwoman Villafranca mentioned Tina in a negative way. Are people, is it your opinion, people are entitled to form their own opinion about candidates?
Oh, always.
Okay.
But-
Did you?
But I
Mayor,
also
I'm
think
just
that
going to ask that you allow her to finish her answer.
I want to speed through this so we can get on to your last witness. Did you in
But
fact,
Mayor, I really do think it would be fair.
I'd
We've
like
allowed
to
all the,
answer that question, because to me, sometimes it's inappropriate. It's like, no, people will always have their personal preferences. They just will. You know, among the council, you'll have those that you relate to better or work with better. But to me, it's inappropriate to be talking out in the community negatively about other council members.
Okay.
And especially when they haven't even been asked about that council member. And especially if they're not really close friends. Like, you know, you have buddies in the community and you might confide in them. Well, this is really how I feel. The person just drives me nuts. But to be saying it to a friendly acquaintance tells me that you're saying it to others as well. And I think that, to me, that's unprofessional and inappropriate.
okay. You're a member of the Branch Vision,
Yes.
and you've heard the Branch Vision, their leaders speak negatively of other council members, including the mayor. Yes?
Of other council members and mayor, and
And the mayor? Yes?
certainly.
Okay. Thank you. No other questions?
That's part of, well, because it's, Branch Vision is a political action committee. So that's part of what they do, is to talk about.
It's just, part of what they do is to speak negatively about other candidates. Yes. And so you're a part of that.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
and I just have a follow-up question. And Councilwoman Villafranca is part of the Branch Vision as well.
Yes, I mean, I guess you still are.
You don't have any questions.
Okay. We had meetings in her house, so yes, and we were both part of that.
Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'd like to make a comment and ask a few questions. So typically, when people come to my home and they eat and we break bread and we spend time and we laugh, I consider them friends, not random acquaintances that I run into on a stairwell. So when you came to my home and ate and drank and talked and laughed, I thought that we were amongst friends. One experience that I have learned from all of this is that many of my friends were transactional friends. As long as we all hated Mayor Lynn, we could all be just fine. But as soon as I had an opinion, and as soon as I saw things, that's why I kept saying to you, nothing is as it appears, as you referenced.
Never heard what it is.
Because,
Nothing is that is.
because sometimes once we dig our heels in and we've already decided, well, but as long as we all hated, that was what Branch Vision was all about. And I thought I thought that we had evolved and learned and grown. And unfortunately, that was not necessarily the case. But the mayor does make a good point. When we did meet, we spent a lot of time speaking negatively about other people. But thank you so much, Nancy. And thank you so much. Honestly, like at first I was very deeply hurt, but now I'm actually grateful to learn the lesson that not everyone, some people are transactional friends. And I'm grateful for the lesson. Thank you.
Thank you. Next witness. This will be your last.
Yes. My next witness is Cesar Gonzalez.
Caesar. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Before we begin though, Mayor, I do want to let you know that I have 88 complaints, accommodations from my time in Iraq. So it does take me some time to process information. Please do not speed me up. It does take me time. We can go further off the record, but yes.
Do you need anything special, anything
Just
else?
time.
That's fine.
Time to process.
Thank you.
Let's begin by introducing yourself. Can you tell everybody your name?
Cesar Gonzalez.
And this might seem like a silly question, but tell everybody your relationship with Councilwoman Gonzalez.
We've been together since 2000. Sorry, difficult of an answer. And I'm gonna get my butt chewed out. I'm just kidding. We've been together over 16 years.
So you know her really well.
Yes.
And what is it that you do for a living?
I'm a special education teacher in CFPIC.
And what does Councilwoman Gonzalez do?
She is a daycare teacher in Palm Ranch.
Now, I want to ask you about a few questions about Councilwoman Gonzalez, Lupe, before she was in office. Do you remember her telling you about a meeting that she was going to have with Councilwoman Villafranca?
Yes.
And how did she appear going to that meeting?
She seemed excited. It's actually pretty funny because she hadn't ever changed so many outfits to get ready for a day like she did that day. She was nervous. She was excited. She was hopeful. She kept saying, you know, oh, it goes great. I can't wait to work with her. I can't wait to meet her. She kept referring to seeing Villafranca, Councilwoman Villafranca. Sorry about that. On posts at different events. So she was excited that she could see herself working with somebody like her, which made her nervous, since she was already doing things like that, helping advance in a smaller level. So to have that idea of working with somebody who did it at a greater level, she was excited.
And were you at home when she got back from that meeting?
I was.
And how did she appear when she returned?
She wasn't the same. That's when she left. When she got home, she just opened the door and just stood there. The bedroom door. I was in bed. And she was just quiet. So I asked her what's going on, what's wrong. Because that's not her typical self. She stayed quiet, and it got me concerned. So I asked her again what's going on. And that's where she started telling me about the meeting.
Did she ever tell you about any name calling that she might have endured from Councilwoman Villafranca?
Not necessarily the name calling, but I witnessed one of them where when they were doing their forum thing at the rink, Councilwoman Villafranca brought over 3 women. I'm not really sure who they were, but when she introduced my wife to them, she said, and this is her handler to Sarah. I'm sorry. I'm spacing on that name. Bruce. Thank you. So when she did that, my wife told her, I told you before, please don't say that. She said, it's okay, we all have handlers. And my wife got firm and I said, yes, but I've told you not to say that. Not quoting, paraphrasing, because my memory is good, but not auditorily perfect. But yes.
And did you witness any other instances where she was being name called by Councilwoman Villafranca? This is before she ran for office, or before she was in office.
Sorry. She told me about the meeting. In the meeting, she didn't really name call, but it was more of negative statements towards her. Disparaging remarks, saying you seem like a nice person, but I just don't know about you. She, again, this is recapping because I wasn't there, but these are the things that she stated to me, the reason why she was upset when she got home. She stated that it started off great, the meeting started off great, they talked about where they're both from, apparently they're both from California. My wife moved here when she was little, so they had things in common, both being Hispanic, Latino, whatever they want to call each other. And then it started going south. She said that throughout the meeting, she would say, you seem like a nice person, but I just don't know about you. I think those are the comments that kind of hurt her, which is why she was quiet when she got home.
And did you see their relationship change at all after your wife became a councilwoman?
They haven't been great. I wouldn't say, well, yeah, I guess they have changed. They've increasingly as far as her interactions with her, she seems down every single time she's got to hear Councilwoman Villafranca be negative towards her. And then I happen to be the one to deal with her at home where I'm trying to console her and trying to make her feel better about why she's up here, why she's doing what she does, why she was meant to be here.
Yeah. Now, I want to fast forward to June the 2nd. Were you home when your wife left the city council meeting?
Yes. I was in bed. I always watch all. I used to just watch it at home in the comfort of my own bed, but I've been here recently.
Yeah. And when she got home, what was she like?
She was upset.
What do you mean by that? Describe what that means.
She usually comes back and she'll say, I'm tired, and we just get ready for bed, we get comfortable. But that day she was just off. It took me a bit to get everything out of her about what happened. She explained everything to me. Then, because I thought everything went great. We saw the video. I was watching the meeting online, and I thought it was decent, but apparently afterwards, she started to tell me about their interactions that they had up here, and she started kind of breaking down. Sorry.
So let me just clarify something. When you say she came home, I just want to make sure that this is clear. Was she sort of amped up, or was she more reserved and closed?
She was closed off. She was distant. Not somebody who you said sort of amped up. No, she looked like somebody who had been through that. She looked like somebody who had all the hopes of it. Let's put it that. After we got done talking, and watch a show and do what we normally do. Instead, she just turned around and faced the other side of the bed. So I got close, like we always do, you know, that following touch, just to comfort her. But I noticed she was shaking, and she was kind of whimpering. Sorry, again, this is where I struggle with words. Not whimpering, but not crying, the sounds. Sorry, if that makes sense. Stifled sounds. And I didn't say anything. I just held her because I thought if I said anything, it'd make it worse. It was a hard night. And I'm not an emotional person. 6 years in the military kind of does that to you. Takes a minute. But I just held her, and she shook for a minute until she finally fell asleep.
Did it seem like she had just endured a really traumatizing experience?
Yes. Those reactions, those functions aren't something that she normally does. Sorry, it's difficult to talk about it because we don't usually talk about our personal life. Usually when we go to bed, she'll face me, I'll hold her. She gets comfortable, goes to sleep. That night, just her turning away and not seeking my physical contact, my touch. Usually even when we're mad, she'll at least extend her toe out to my leg, but no, that night she was just not okay.
I don't have any other questions for you. Does anybody have any questions for him?
Council, does anybody have any questions for Mr. Gonzalez? Yes.
So the day that I met with your wife, with James Bagby present as a witness, she seemed to be nice enough, but she kept saying over and over, I don't know why they picked me. I don't know why they picked me. I don't know why they picked me. And during the meeting that we had, we were just, you know, she wanted to meet with us and we had a meet and greet. I asked James to accompany me because I had a funny feeling. And she made a comment that I'd like for you to comment on, and that is, she said, and I said, well, we're worried, you know, we're worried that the reason that they picked you is because you're going to do the bidding of some of the people. And she said, nobody tells me what to do. And she said, when my husband was in the military, when he was in the military, we couldn't live on base. My husband wouldn't let us live on base because he couldn't trust that I could get along with the other mothers and families on base. Can you speak to that?
Yes. Are you quoting exactly? Just making sure. Are you quoting exactly?
I'm paraphrasing, I don't remember word for word, but that's the gist of what she said.
I'll give you the story behind that. I was a paralegal for 6 years. Anything and everything that occurred in my vicinity, I was entrusted to report. Anything and everything that happened, I was in charge of making sure that it was done right. As a matter of fact, that's the reason why I surrounded myself with the rest of the paralegals that had families, and we all lived in the same building. It wasn't that I didn't trust them. That was a running joke. But if you know me, sarcastic, we joke, we laugh. Anybody who's watching this will tell you. That is not to say that I don't trust my wife. If I didn't trust my wife, then I wouldn't have moved here. I wouldn't have followed her here after the military. I wouldn't have taken her telling me, hey, since you're injured, I think it's time to go. She's been there for me throughout the whole thing. I've not once had any lack of confidence in her. Now, if I'm going to take Joe's serious, then that's your prerogative. However, please note that that was a joke. Because if I didn't trust my wife, we wouldn't have gone to Germany for 3 years. We wouldn't live on post. We live on post, by the way. The reason I wanted to live off post in Junction was because we get EAH, that is money for housing. If you live on post, you don't get that. The place that we had found, where all the rest of the paralegals were, was cheaper. So I got to keep some of that for utilities. Military doesn't pay that well. So I chose to make the smart decision. Now, yes, I joked with her and I told her, no, I can't trust her. Yes, I did say that. But again, it was a joke, and there's nothing to back that up as far as it being done. I joke nonstop. I am sarcastic. I met with Roger, when he reached out to go with her and introduce himself with Council Member Reed, Neil, Councilmember Reed. You've heard somehow I am. I wish you would have known how it was. I think if we hadn't had those interactions, those moments during the election where I just heard negative things, I honestly think you and I could have laughed about some of these things as well, Mayor. Shorzy over there. When I heard that David Berman liked Shorzy, I'm a big Shorzy fan, I don't know if anybody else watches that show, I thought we were going to have a great time. I was hesitant about Councilwoman Bennett at first. I was hesitant. Again, we do come from different backgrounds, but I had found something that I can at least relate with everybody else.
Thank you.
Well,
So,
I'm still, sorry, processing. But she was the one that I was hopeful that you would be the one to take her under your wing. I really was. When she showed me everything that you did for the community, I was very hopeful that you would be the one. It tears me apart because, like you keep saying, you're a Latino woman. You claim to have set the standard or the path for others. After that meeting, what you did to her, but Tina, you stepped in, Councilwoman Tina, and took her under your wing. You could have spent the last 10 months, if that meeting had gone well, and shown her everything you knew. Instead, you show her all the negative things, name calling and everything, and then you wonder why she snapped at you. You're the one that's been name calling her, and I've had to be quiet about it this whole time. You're the one that continuously undermines every little thing about her. And you wonder why she snapped 10 months. I'm sorry. It has been hard. Sorry.
so that is a really, really heavy joke to share with someone that you've known for all of 5 or 10 minutes, to say we weren't allowed to live on base because I couldn't be trusted to get along with the other mothers. But that's okay.
Never once did I mention mothers.
Or the other families, or whatever it was she
Never
said.
mentioned families.
Well, that's what she said. The other thing that is really concerning me is I've been really concerned. I am afraid for my life. I am afraid for my safety. You have been coming to the meetings and acting strangely.
You're correct.
I was at a meeting, Raise Your Hand Texas, the other day, and I saw that you are recording me, and that is problematic.
You're the only one that left. Everybody else stayed.
Because
Everybody else was okay with it.
Because I felt unsafe with you, because I don't know what you're
In
capable
public
of doing.
authority.
Mayor, I'm going to have to interject. I don't know that this is leading to a productive outcome.
And so you were recording me that day, is that correct?
No, I was recording the meeting because I do have bad memory.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Anybody else have any questions? I do have one, possibly two questions, and that is, within a couple days after the June 2nd meeting, Councilwoman Gonzalez put a letter on Facebook. I asked her, this was her account of the incidents of June 2nd. I asked her if she wrote it. She said yes. I said, are you sure you wrote this by yourself? Did you help her write this? And I realize you can't see it there, but it's from the office of Lupe Gonzalez, Councilwoman District 2, friends. And then it goes on. I've received questions, and I've seen a great deal of discussion online about the incident that occurred after the city council meeting on Tuesday, June 2nd, after the cameras were turned off. I believe the residents deserve transparency and honesty from their elected officials, so I want to share what happened. Did you help her write that? You're a paralegal.
You want to ask me if I wrote it for her?
No, I asked you if you helped her write it.
You probably bounce ideas to me. You probably ask me how to phrase things.
Okay.
Yes.
I want to draw your attention to one particular paragraph. Instead of helping calm the situation, Mayor Terry Lynn physically inserted himself into the confrontation. He stepped directly in front of me, placed his hand on my chest, and pushed me backwards. I'm going to ask the councilwoman right here in front of everybody.
You were asking me, Mayor.
I'm asking the questions. I'm going to ask the councilwoman if she still subscribes to that sentence as being true.
Councilwoman Gonzalez isn't, her attorney has advised her not to
Thank you.
answer any questions.
So do you believe that to be a true statement?
Are you asking if I was there that night?
No, I asked you if you believe that to be a true statement.
I don't know because I wasn't there that night.
Okay. All righty. Yes, ma'am.
So since Councilwoman Gonzalez refuses to answer any questions, and you seem to have a very close, intimate relationship with your wife, are you able to answer? Is she aware that she executed an oath of office?
I believe we were all present there, yes.
And are you aware is she aware that the oath prohibits council members from engaging in physical intimidation or verbal threats? Is that correct?
Physical is touch, correct?
That's correct. And verbal threats.
I didn't hear verbal threat from that audio, but yes, it does prohibit, I guess, because I've taken that over.
When she came home on June 2nd after the assault, did she tell you what she said to me? Did she tell you that she said, "I'll F you up"?
She did not say all that.
But she's told you what she said to me.
From beginning to end of that argument, we just heard that she did not say, "I'll F you up." We can slow it down, we can rewind it, fast forward, all the way through. And as a matter of fact, it shows that it's from the beginning, it's the full audio from that conflict. Because it starts where she addresses you, she does say to my face, and it ends with asking Mayor Terry Lynn about signs. You can hear it at the very end. I have a question, Mayor, and her voice is different when confronting you versus when addressing you. We can repeat it.
Are you aware?
She did not say it.
Are you aware that on June the 7th, Lupe went to the police department and spoke with the lieutenant?
Yes, I was there.
And she chose not to make a police report at that time, is that
Yes, she
correct?
did. She said I'd like to press charges.
That's, my understanding is that she did not make any police report.
Then we need to further investigate that.
And so saying that nobody interviewed her, it's not that nobody interviewed her, it's that she chose not to make a police report. She chose not to be interviewed. I just want to clarify that.
So now we do gotta investigate more.
Thank you so much.
Okay. I like one follow-up question. and that is, you said that your wife did not say, "I will F you up," to Councilwoman Gonzalez. So am I to interpret that you're calling me a liar in front of God and all these witnesses?
Is that what we're doing here?
Well, you're making the statement.
I told you what I heard. My statement was, even your lawyer's telling you, hey, calm that down.
No, I'm
I
asking,
said I did not hear that.
you did not hear it. Okay,
Yes, I did not hear that. I never once called you a liar because I don't call you something that you may or may not be if I don't have knowledge of it.
thank you. Okay. Councilman, you want a closing statement?
Sure. Bathroom?
Yes,
Do
please.
we need a restroom break? Or,
I'm just waiting for her counsel to finish, and then I'd like to ask questions of Ms. McSwain.
okay. What?
I mean, I'll make my closing afterwards, because typically closing is based off of what has been presented and proven. So without seeing the full hearing, I don't want to make any statements that are untrue or inaccurate.
You can make your closing. Councilman Neal will have opportunity to ask any final questions to Ms. McSwain, and then we will deliberate this matter.
Yeah. When he finishes, I'll come back up here.
No?
Once questions are done,
All right. Roger.
My excuse.
Yes, thank you. I'm sorry.
I would like to, at this moment, I'd like to make a comment. As an initial matter, I want to make clear that I formally requested a medical continuance of tonight's hearing because of a recent medical emergency and hospitalization as a direct result of the hostility and stress surrounding these exact proceedings. I sought the continuance so that I could recover and participate fully, fairly, and safely at a later date. But this was refused to me, and I am reading the statement into the record. However, my ability to endure cross-examination has been really difficult. That said, the incident involving Lupe Gonzalez was not a misunderstanding, a minor lapse in civility, or an isolated moment of poor judgment. It was the culmination of a pattern of rude, bullying, and intimidating conduct that began escalating immediately after she was elected, and it has now crossed the line into an assault. On June 2nd, I was assaulted. Ms. Gonzalez's account of what happened is not accurate and at best misleading. The available evidence that the police did a very thorough police investigation, of which I have not been privileged to see, but the police here is second to none. If there was not a case, they would not have filed it. And so now we are questioning the integrity of the police, which is shocking to me. The evidence shows I walked by numerous people. No one appeared to be alarmed by my conduct. The situation escalated only because of Ms. Gonzalez's actions, not mine. Specifically, she approached me in an effort to strike me. The only reason why I was not battered was because the police had to physically restrain her. Ms. Gonzalez used profanity numerous times in a public building, directed aggressive conduct toward an elected official doing official business for the city, and afterwards showed absolutely no remorse and made no effort to apologize. There is a reason the Farmers Branch Police Department decided to file criminal charges against her. This matter is deeply serious because Ms. Gonzalez's behavior has created a hostile work environment and has caused me to fear for my safety. I do not feel safe in situations where she is present. If she was willing to behave this way in front of credible witnesses, including the police, then I have to ask what else she is capable of. The effects of this incident have also continued beyond that day. As I mentioned earlier, I am experiencing ongoing physical symptoms especially when I anticipate being around her, including heart palpitations, chest pain, headaches, gastrointestinal issues. In over 20 years of service to my community, I have never experienced an event such as this that required medical attention and hospitalization. I've had disagreements over the years, and I'm sure we all have misunderstandings with colleagues at one point or another. Councilmember Gonzalez's actions were not a misunderstanding. This is not a single lapse in civility. It is a pattern of conduct that has already escalated from rudeness and intimidation into near physical assault. And if it is not stopped now, I believe it will get worse. I'm asking this council to treat this matter with the seriousness that it warrants. Ms. Gonzalez's actions were intentional and a clear violation of our code of ethics, which mandates a work environment free from intimidation. In addition, her husband's actions only compound the severity, as his complaint against me is a textbook example of bad faith and retaliation. Given the severity of this conduct, an assault on an elected official in a public building accompanied by profanity and requiring police intervention, I do not believe this can be resolved with a verbal warning, reprimand, or a simple slap on the wrist. If the council treats this as a minor lapse, it will send the message that this conduct is tolerable and acceptable, and I do not believe anyone here truly believes that. There were several people on council that did not want the testimony to be released today and thwarted compelling any staff who witnessed the assault to share their testimony. It's the same people that like to talk about transparency, and so this is worrisome to me. We have all been denied the opportunity to hear any witnesses today because, once again, there are people that did not want the facts to be released. This is contrary to the Farmers Branch Code of Ethics, a full and complete hearing, denying me the right to present the very witnesses who restrained Councilmember Gonzalez, provides an incomplete picture and prevents this council from conducting a true and fair review of the facts. For these reasons, I respectfully request that Ms. Gonzalez be removed from office. This action is necessary not only to address what happened to me, but also to protect the integrity, safety, and professionalism of this body going forward. And I do have some questions for Ms. Ashley McSwain that I can do after. They might be, I don't know if they're going to be. Go ahead.
And I need to clarify something here.
Microphone.
I do need to clarify something. I'm double checking all of my evidence. Ms. Gonzalez did speak with a different police officer on a different day. She didn't answer his calls, didn't appear when she was going to, didn't return 2 calls. There was a different day she spoke with a different officer. And I want to clarify that. It was not in Detective Whittington's. I do have notes. I do have it here. I did consider it when finding this. And I misspoke earlier about that. I wanted to clarify that.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you had a question for me?
Yeah, I have several pages of questions, if you don't mind, and I appreciate your patience. I know it's been a long night. I'll try to get through this as quick as I can, but were you aware of the audio tape that was played tonight?
I was not aware of that. I'd never heard that before tonight. And honestly, from sitting here, I couldn't really even hear what it was.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the origin, where that came from. If anybody could help me understand that, I'd much be appreciated. I know that you'd made a statement earlier, but do you believe that Ms. Gonzalez said, "I will fuck you up"? Based on your analysis?
Based on the analysis, I do, and after clarifying my mistake earlier, she actually even reported to the officers on her own that she used the word F. It was in a different context, but there were several people that were very close that did hear her say that, so I do believe that.
And so how many of those witnesses said they heard her say, "I will fuck you up"?
6 is what I told her.
6, okay. And were any of those were there any of those a police officer or law enforcement officer?
No, one of the law enforcement officers really didn't see much. And the other one did describe cuss words being used, but didn't specify whether or not the
So,
threat
okay.
was or was not.
Okay.
It just,
In your opinion, could all 6 of those witnesses have been mistaken in what they heard?
you know, I've reviewed evidence in cases for a long time. It is not consistent to have 6 people make the same report in different contexts and different interviews. It's usually pretty consistent that those that it occurred.
And would you agree that the statement could be considered vulgar and threatening?
Yes.
Yes.
I believe some other statements were
Okay.
considered over as well.
And so would you believe that the phrase "I will fuck you up" is vulgar and threatening, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And just want to ask you, and we'll get to this in a minute, but you're familiar with the Texas Penal Code 2201?
Hold on, is that the assault?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. I'll ask you a few questions about that shortly. In your opinion, is Ms. Villafranca considered a protected person according to Texas Penal Code 2201?
Hold on, I'm trying to pull up that statute before I answer questions. A protected person isn't,
According to Texas Penal Code 2201.
I mean, protected person, are you talking about
Well,
a public servant?
in the code, it mentions a public servant, a family member,
Let me
relative.
connect to, I'm familiar with it, but that's different than having it 100% memorized. So bear with me, let me pull that statute that you're referring to. Well, maybe.
I think you could search for either protected person
There
or
we go,
public
assault,
servant.
okay. So 22.01 has different levels of assault
understand,
and
I
different
understand.
levels of offense. So which one
I'm
specifically?
I'm speaking specifically where it discusses what a protected person is.
I don't believe it uses the words protected person in this.
Okay.
Because assault can apply to any other. You get the family violence provisions, you have the public servant provisions, but protected person is going to be a term that's used usually in a protective word.
Okay. But you would agree that Ms. Villafranca as well as Ms. Gonzalez, they're both public servants?
Yes, I agree with that for sure.
Okay. And I can either ask you or Officer Cervantes this next question, but I'll ask you, we can start there. It seemed clear by Officer Cervantes' testimony earlier that he did intervene in the altercation, correct?
Yeah, and there was not clear evidence on his physical touch on Ms.
Okay.
Gonzalez, but
Can you tell me why, and if you cannot, I will ask Officer Cervantes, but can you tell me why he felt the need to intervene?
I can't speculate as
Okay.
to what he believed, but from my statements and from the mayor being right there, it's consistent that there was definitely a verbal altercation and that there was actions taken to stop it, to prevent it from becoming physical.
Okay, if he's still available, Mayor, I may ask him when I'm through here.
He is exercising not to participate any further.
Okay. So then, Ms. McSwain, it's your belief or understanding that the officer intervened to prevent a possible physical altercation? Is that correct?
I can tell you based on my training and experience working in criminal courts, if there's a verbal argument and an officer intervenes, it's to protect both parties and to de-escalate the argument before it becomes physical. That's just a common thing.
So the idea is to prevent a possible physical altercation? Okay.
To
So that would be,
prohibit, correct.
do you feel that the police intervened because the altercation was escalating to physical?
I had some descriptions of Ms. Gonzalez being posturing or appearing as if she wanted or about to throw fisticuffs, but honestly, based on my experience in the criminal law, when an officer intervenes, it's because there's enough heated argument there that he feels to keep the person.
So something prompted him to
Something
interact?
prompted him.
Okay.
And based on my experience, that's when it's too heated to be calm, when it's a
Okay.
breach of the peace.
And do you have any indication as to the tone of Ms. Gonzalez's voice when speaking during this altercation? Or any?
In what my investigation showed, it kind of described her as just angry.
Was it loud?
Upset and angry. Let me look at my notes real quick. Several people described it as yelling.
So there was,
And squared up as if it was going to throw a punch.
so there were several witnesses that indicated she was yelling or speaking loudly? Did any of them speak to her tone as to being angry or not angry? Or?
They didn't speak to their tone. Well, I did have one person tell me, or one person through my investigation say she just seems so angry. And actually said that's not like her. She
Okay.
just, it kind of seemed to me that there's been some hostility and that she just got to kind of a boiling point, maybe a frustrated point, and just
Okay.
responded, was the implication that I got from that.
And so I think you had stated earlier that several people had observed her body language, and you stated that that was an aggressive manner
And
based
I
on what
have
you
the number.
reviewed.
Yeah, but there were several witnesses that described her as
So
possible.
several witnesses agreed or said her behavior was aggressive in nature?
They didn't use the word aggressive, but they used the word, they felt as she was about to hit her, they felt that she was in a fighting stance, they felt that she was posturing.
Okay,
Those
so
are
she
the-
was posturing it, okay,
Those are the descriptions I received.
okay. Do you think that those who witnessed that behavior as being a credible threat of imminent bodily injury or physical altercation?
There's been no assault charges filed on
No,
them.
I didn't ask that.
So,
I'm asking if the
and I
witness,
think-
do you believe the witnesses, did they believe that the behavior was credible enough that,
Some did, not everybody. I feel like there's several things. So, there was not a single witness that I felt was not credible. There was no reason to do statements. The difference in the inconsistencies that I noticed was from people with different vantage points and different viewpoints. One. Two, you're talking about I guess I don't understand your question.
I'm trying to understand how many people of the witnesses felt that a physical altercation was about to occur such that bodily injury could also occur?
Probably 3 or 4, but
Okay.
you
3 or 4.
mentioned the public servant. It only rises to that level if there's actual bodily injury.
Okay. we'll get there in a minute. So let me ask you, given that the police intervened to prevent what they may have felt was a physical altercation, and that her tone was, what was the word? I guess aggressive, although the word aggressive wasn't necessarily stated, but her tone was very loud, as you mentioned. And that you also mentioned that her body language was pronounced based on a preparation of a physical altercation, based on what the witnesses said. And that several, at least three, you mentioned that 3 witnesses believed imminent altercation was about to occur. Do you feel this meets the threshold for a credible threat? Given that the police
Threshold for what? The threshold to file a criminal charge?
No, to that bodily injury may or about to occur.
That's gonna be, and that's what I'm asking, because you're asking about a criminal statute.
No, I'm just asking you.
No, and here's why. While some people say she was prostrate, they needed to be separated, I agree with that. The reason I don't believe it reaches the level of assault is one, based on the record evidence, Ms. Villafranca is the one that approached Ms. Gonzalez. 2, this was a mutual argument, mutual combat. The evidence does indicate that both parties used some cuss words and that there was a misunderstanding. However, my report doesn't go through that because I was asking my report to say, did Ms. Gonzalez's act at this time violate that rule? And I believe it did, based on my investigation. That doesn't mean that everyone, and when I do that, I don't mean that everybody else is perfect in the room, but several descriptions describe this as mutual combat, kind of. They were both.
I'm sorry, mutual.
What we refer to as mutual combat. Now, they weren't fighting, but they both had, there's reports of saying you sold your soul to the devil, there's reports of calling people jackasses. Those statements, and you say it to me walking up to it, that's why it doesn't meet the threshold of threat.
Okay. It's changed to a little bit different set of questioning here. Are you aware or do you know if the mayor put his hands on Lupe or Ms. Gonzalez?
Only, so most of my evidence shows that the mayor and the police officer got between them to separate them. And the mayor kind of did this. As far as any inappropriate touching, the only piece or allegation of that made at all was from Ms. Gonzalez in her public statement. That was not referenced by any else.
Okay, so are there any, that was my next question, were there any witnesses that corroborates the mayor putting his hands on her in any way?
Other than like a shoulder or arm. I don't think that's even discussed by most people.
Just to clarify on that, I think the mayor, when he was reading his statement, mentioned that he did put his hand on her
Right.
shoulder.
Yeah, I'm just asking her if she's aware of it based on the analysis that she did and any of the witnesses' documents that she read.
And I'm reading my notes on that real quick. One person, let's see, I have somebody describe that, the mayor put his hands up. But after that, most people didn't even see it well enough.
Okay, so other than what the mayor spoke earlier tonight about him putting his hands on her, no other witnesses says or has that or indicated that the mayor put his hands on Ms. Gonzalez?
Well, Ms. Gonzalez reported that to the officer when she did come in, that he pushed her out of the way. But she did not report an inappropriate touch to the police department.
Okay, but there's no other witnesses that corroborate that?
None.
Did anyone see in your witnesses or your evaluation, did anyone indicate or see that the mayor put his hands on Ms. Gonzalez's chest?
No. The only place that's referenced is Ms. Gonzalez's response, nowhere else. Not even in her report to the police.
So did any of the witnesses mention the mayor pushing either Ms. Gonzalez or Ms. Villafranca?
Now, one witness said that they observed the mayor in between put his hands up, but they didn't explain push or anything like that. Just the kind of consensus was mayor got between them, officer came over and out separately.
So let's go back to that Texas Penal Code 2201. I'd like to draw your attention to 2201A2.
Hold on, let me pull it up. I have it up, just a minute. A2.
It discusses an assault by threat.
Yeah, it's class C misdemeanor.
So I realize this isn't a criminal hearing, but I just think there is some relevance here as we deliberate any ethical consequences out of this.
Yeah.
So
Some witnesses would agree that applied and some witnesses would not. When I look at the totality of it, as a prosecutor standpoint, I have to, a criminal case, a prosecutor would have to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that she felt threatened with imminent bodily injury. And it's not just her subjective belief, it's what a reasonable person feels threatened with imminent bodily injury. I mean, right now, it's about to happen. In this case, the concern that I have, when I'm a prosecutor at, is that there was comments back and forth, and she approached and walked up. So in criminal cases, usually you don't get in someone's face and you're like, oh, she was mean to me, right? That's kind of the concept here. So that's my concern with applying section 22.01A2 is that the burden of, from a criminal standpoint, is just not quite there. While some people believe it is, it would be hard to convince a jury that any person, and a reasonable person would feel that they were about to have bodily injury after they made these comments that initiated the kind of conflict and then approached.
So it's your contention that if those actions were to occur, that the average person would not expect to be physically struck?
Well,
Given that the police intervened, the tone of her speaking, the body language, perception of direct witnesses.
I think it would be reasonable for both parties to feel like they were about to be struck. And remember, my findings are based on whether or not Ms. Gonzalez violated the code on that day. My findings do not address whether anyone else violated the code or anybody else was acting inappropriately. If you had the totality of that, like a criminal case, I think both parties would reasonably feel threatened. And that's where you get into the mutual possibilities there.
Okay, are you familiar with the enhanced penalties of 2201A2?
I am.
Okay.
Enhanced, are you talking about for a public servant?
Yes.
So A2 doesn't get enhanced, only A1 gets enhanced. If you look
Okay,
down
fair enough.
at B, subsection A1 gets enhanced if it's a public servant. A1 requires bodily injury.
Okay.
So there's three main assaults. There's bodily injury, there's assault by threat, and then there's assault offensive contact. And the only one that gets enhanced for a public servant is the bodily injury.
And I'm sorry to interject, I just want to, I don't think that consistent with what's on the agenda and what's been publicly posted, we're here to consider the ethics violations, and it seems like for the last 10 minutes we've been discussing the criminal charges and a criminal investigation. While I understand that the facts may be overlapping, I find an issue with the relevance. This relates to specific references about criminal conduct, criminal statutes, and criminal penalties. I think that would be more appropriate for Councilman Gonzalez's defense attorney to be present for, not myself. And so I just want to make sure that even if you want to continue to press questioning, at the very least on the record I've stated that disagreement with the continuation of references to criminal statutes.
Yes. So noted. I'm only asking questions of Ms. McSwain at this point. And I had stated earlier that while I realize there's a criminal investigation, this is an ethics complaint, but I think they're in some ways relevant towards each other. So I want to make sure I understand all the aspects as I deliberate on this. So, Just one follow-up. I neglected to write this down. How many witnesses or how many people said that she was posturing or bowing up or?
It was 3 or 4.
3 or 4, okay. Okay. And with that, Mayor, that's all I have for right now.
Thank you, Councilman. Yes, ma'am. Okay, go right ahead.
Ms. McSwain, I just have a few more questions. Are you able to discuss at all the findings of Detective Whittington's investigation? Who conducted the investigation?
He didn't make findings. He reported, I asked this question, or during our conversation, this person told me this. He didn't make conclusions of law in his investigations.
So just to clarify, are police obliged to file a complaint every time someone comes to the police department, or is it based on their investigation?
No, it's based on their discretion. And the best example I can give you is if you get pulled over for speeding, the officer has the discretion to write you a warning or write you a citation. Some of that comes through. Now, when you get to higher level crimes, you're going to have department policies and supervisors reviewing that. But just because something's reported doesn't mean they're obligated to file a charge.
Can you tell me what the status is of the criminal complaint that was filed by the police?
Nothing's happened with it yet. And partially, with a criminal case, you can't use, everybody's innocent until proven guilty. You can't use the fact that a complaint has been filed or may be filed against someone. You can only use, under law, you only should use if they're convicted against them. And there's some different burdens in there that the city attorney can help if you have questions on. But once that case is filed, we needed to get the ethics complaint out of the way first, because this needs to be based on your code and what's going on. And we'll get all that concluded, then we'll move over and look at the court case on this.
So you will be filing a criminal complaint?
It will be for disorderly conduct, which is a vulgar language, basically, obscene language, breach of the peace with language.
Have you read Lupa's statement that she made on social media?
Yes, that was provided to me as her response to.
Does it corroborate with the police investigation?
Hold on, I don't have her statement memorized. I noticed, response, let me open it. So there's some parts of this that I feel like are accurate based on the evidence. Statements made, upset over the outcome of the vote. Now, I didn't really pay attention to she made a statement that she alleged you told her you were from the hood in LA. I didn't think about that, but her husband did confirm today, testifying that you are from LA. But I didn't consider that because that's not relevant to the incident that happened at that time. Some of her response was talking about insults and personal attacks and looking back. Those I didn't investigate because those aren't whether that incident violated the code of ethics on June 2nd. She talking about y'all being inches away from your face. That's the common statement there, that y'all were very close and physical. Is there any specific part that you're asking about? She makes a comment that Mayor Lynn touched her inappropriate. That's she's the only person claiming it. No one else witnessed that. Nobody else claimed it. There's different, you and her have different statements of how the separation occurred. The officer testified he didn't remember. Nobody in those, there's like probably different statements. No one really cared. I mean, no one really, they were just like, oh, they separated. No one really focused that much on how you ended up separated. Oh, I'm sorry. Other than the mayor and the officer were there.
And then just my final question is, there seem to be some that think that you ought to be discredited from this hearing because you nor the police apparently interviewed Lupe. And so are you able to expand on how this works? Like they seem to, I've heard.
Well, and she's here, so she's able to present anything she wants to present. So as far as my investigation, if she has something to present that's different, she's able to do that. She would be able to do that in executive session or in this public hearing, and she's got enough, and she has, representation with their help her. When there are things, and that's, your officer did the same thing, which I did correct myself. She did come in a different day and talk to a different officer, completely different, where she referenced the events. But if an officer calls somebody to talk and they don't want to talk, legally, you don't get to talk to them. When you're here and there's different things, and you look at me, regardless of what she had said, there was enough evidence and enough statements that painted a clear picture. Not necessarily every nitty-gritty item, like did the officer touch her arms or put his arm up or pull her this way. I don't know the exact way that happened, but that's not important to determining whether the code of ethics rules were violated. And it is clear that there was loud noises, curse words, and an altercation. And those consistent statements, those consistent witness testimony was enough to make this decision.
Thank you.
All right, I think we're at the point where we wrap this up. Do you have a closing statement that you'd like to make?
I do. Is this the conclusion of
This is.
witnesses and questions?
This will be the conclusion, yes, and then you make your statement, then any council member will be able to make their statement also. We're done with the question.
I understand, Mayor, I guess customarily.
Where you can make your statement now, because we're going to deliberate this.
Right, and so after I finish my closing, you're saying that there will be more statements made?
Well, I can't say what others are going to say, but we're done with questioning, and we're ready, we will be at the point where we will be able to deliberate, and council members will be able to make whatever comment they want to make as part of their discussion as to where this thing goes.
I understand. I just wanted to make sure, customarily the defense goes last when they do their closing, so I just wanted to make sure that if somebody needed to make a statement or anything, that I would do that.
No, this is your time.
I only have one thing I would like to clarify, and that is that council did not in any way, shape, or form prevent any staff from testifying. Not one of us.
Okay.
Actually, I'd like to piggyback on that. our decision as council was to not compel staff to testify. We said if they want to, on their own volition, they're more than free to do so, but we were not going to force anyone to do it because it creates a very uncomfortable situation. And we felt that having that, or eliminating that, removing that, and not creating that uncomfortable situation was paramount.
I'd like to piggyback on that. Actually, the reality is that David and Tina and Lupe decided that they did not want to have either of the police officers testify. I was asking if they could be compelled to testify or to give a statement because they did the investigation and they were present, and the three of them decided that they did not want anyone to.
Okay.
We did not.
Hold on. Word point now. We're finished asking questions. Mr. Roman, you are free to make your closing statement.
Excuse me, sorry.
Before I proceed, I just want to make sure that I clarify.
I'm sorry, just a moment, I'm sorry. Mr. Berman, could you please clarify why the police can't testify? And that it wasn't us not wanting them?
But apart from the law enforcement privilege, because there is in fact a pending criminal investigation, it's not just the fact that they are police officers, but it's also the fact that they are city employees. Our city staff is placed in an extremely compromising position whenever there's an ethical complaint involving council members, and staff has to get involved. We've had this issue in the past, and it's been extremely uncomfortable for staff, and to a point where it's not necessary. The facts are the facts that can be established through other witnesses and through the people that were present. And so staff does not need to be, and besides, it's the city manager's prerogative, and you can't give orders to staff members directly, and so in a council manager form of government, it's questionable.
I was also talking about that organization that you said that the police officers are protected by, not just that they're city staff.
Well, in most departments, many officers are protected by TMPA, Texas Municipal Police Officers Association. It's kind of like a union or a voluntary association. I don't know if that organization would be providing them with legal representation or if they were compelled to testify. I think that would be a bit unusual, but ordinarily the TMPA will step in and provide them with legal defense if they're being disciplined or they're accused of something, but generally if they're just being a witness, not necessarily.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that we were given that legal advice a couple of weeks ago, and that's why we did not force anyone to come up here.
All right.
Not that we didn't want them to.
Councilman, I'm sorry. Mr. Roman, you have the floor.
Sure. I do have a statement to make, and then afterwards, I was maybe hoping we could take a bit of a bathroom break. We haven't gone to the bathroom in like a few
Council,
hours.
would you like to do that now? I'm okay. I'll hold.
Yeah, that would be great, actually.
Should
I'm down 2 bottles of water.
Okay, would you like a 5-minute break right now, or no? All right. Council would like to move forward, so.
Okay, I'm fine.
Right.
So before I begin with my closing, members of the City Council, I want to be transparent about several factual matters that have affected Councilwoman Gonzalez's ability to prepare and present a full defense. I'm bringing these matters to your attention so that during your deliberations, you may consider the evidence in light of the limitations placed on her ability to respond. On July the 7th, 2026, the investigator's report was presented to the City Council. And consistent with Section 2-284C of the Code of Ethics, it demands that the accused, in this case Councilwoman Gonzalez, has the right to a full and complete hearing once the report is presented. The hearing did not occur at that time. Instead, it is taking place today. And an email from Mr. Berman on July the 7th, 2026 supports this fact, and that has already been provided to the city. Secondly, on July the 8th, 2026, a request was made to Ms. McSwain, the investigative attorney and special prosecutor, for the evidence and materials developed by the police department. This request was denied. An email from Ms. McSwain on July the 11th, 2026 support this fact, and that was also provided to the city. Furthermore, on July the 12th, 2026, Councilwoman Gonzalez requested access to the same evidence and materials developed by the police department. Mr. Berman denied this request. An email from July the 13th, 2026 supports this fact, and that has also been provided to the city. On July the 15th, 2026, in response to a question from Councilwoman Gonzalez regarding her choice of representation, Mr. Berman indicated that the mayor has authority to determine who could represent her in this hearing, even though they didn't have to have a license to practice law, as is the case now, that the mayor would otherwise have the authority to not allow them to speak. An email on July the 15th, 2026 supports this fact, and that has also been provided to the city. Further, I want to distribute an attorney.
Let's be clear on, I hate to interrupt you, but let's be clear on something. The representation and request made of me from Councilmember Gonzalez was whether or not her husband could represent her in this proceeding. And at no point in time was it ever disclosed that you, a law student who was probably engaging in the unauthorized practice of law, even as we speak, would provide legal representation for her in tonight's proceedings. So in connection with your statements, let's be straight with the public and with the council.
Point of order. Point of order. The mayor very explicitly said she can have whomever she wants represent her and present for her.
In the context of her request to have her husband represent her.
And I believe that Councilwoman Gonzalez had subsequently sent an email, I believe it was last week, indicating that her husband was not going to be representing her based off of your suggestions that it might not be wise for him to do it, and rather that it should be Councilwoman Gonzalez. And those emails have also been provided to the city.
I will say I'm not aware of anything like that. Look, we had this hearing, and I don't think anybody objected to you being here. We don't need to see those because you have been here. Let's just stick to the facts. And
Sure.
you were not denied.
I know, and I'm not saying I was. The only purpose of mentioning that was it created a lot of anxiety and a lot of question as to whether she could have somebody to represent her and who that could be, because it would be subject to your approval.
I said she could have whoever she wanted.
Of course. And all I'm saying is that the conversations that happened between your city attorney and Councilwoman Gonzalez reflect this exact fact. And so I'll continue. Anyways, like I was saying, the email on July 15th, 2026 supports that fact. It has been provided to the city. And further, just for reference regarding, I'll come back to that one. On July the 28th, 2026, the City Council met on a closed-door meeting to discuss establishing procedures for conducting this hearing because no established procedures had existed up to this point. The agenda for this meeting supports this fact. Well, the agenda for that meeting supports that fact. And then today, on the day of the hearing, the City Council met again in another closed-door meeting to discuss establishing procedures for this hearing. And of course, the agenda for today's meeting that just happened supports this fact. And then lastly, I do want to point to an Attorney General opinion, KP-0021, that supports the release of information, whether from Mr. Berman or Ms. McSwain. The opinion states in that specific situation that the Board of Regents could not prohibit an individual regent from obtaining access to records in the possession of the university that are necessary to fulfill their duties as a regent. And so just wanted to provide that for reference. And so I just wanted to make sure that the council, again, this information is offered so that you may fairly evaluate the evidence while recognizing that the obstacles that Councilwoman Gonzalez faced in preparing this defense. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was clear for the record. And with that, I'll begin with my closing. Let me just get something opened. Members of the City Council, I started this hearing by telling you that they had picked a target and they built a story, but I never told you who they were. And today you heard from 3 witnesses that believe that Councilwoman Gonzalez violated the Code of Ethics. And these 3 people, they had a hand in making her a target. And you heard from the investigator consistently that there were 3 to 4 statements that consistently seemed to align. And those are the people that had a hand in building the story that I told you about. You heard Mayor Lynn, Councilwoman Villafranca testify under oath today that they heard Councilwoman Gonzalez say, "I'll F you up." And when asked if they were 100% sure that they heard that, they said they did. But you heard the recording, and she didn't say that. And during your deliberations, you have access to replay that recording as many times as you'd like. They thought that painting Councilwoman Gonzalez like the aggressor would work. They thought that aligning their statements together, these 3 to 4 people, would work, even if they were lies. All they needed was someone to tell the story that they built. And Ms. McSwain's report does just that. She told a story that was based on 3 pieces of evidence for 3 allegations. It was profanity, threatening body language, and the use of the word or the phrase, "I'll F you up." You learned that Ms. McSwain was hired as an investigating attorney, and she was charged to investigate. That's what your charter and your code of ethics requires. You hire an investigator. But she didn't investigate. An investigator would speak to the witnesses. She didn't speak to anyone. An investigator would ask questions. She didn't. And members of the City Council, what would your residents say if you came up here on the dais at a City Council meeting and you didn't ask questions? Ms. McSwain took one business day to put this report together. And you saw that the report she produced needed to meet stringent, stringent standards that are set forth in your very own code of ethics. That's in section 2-284. It says that the report shall be comprehensive and it will explain in detail all facts and all findings. And those need to support the conclusions that she's made. Unfortunately, her report didn't come close to that standard. Her report left you with more questions than answers. You don't know who the witnesses are. what parts of their statements she relied on, what parts she dismissed. This is important because if you're going to assess someone's credibility, you need to know who they are. If one group of people, especially in a political environment like this, if one group of people are saying the exact same thing, that matters because they're looking for a specific outcome. And that's what happened here. She mentions profanity, but she doesn't tell you what words came before that bad word or what came after in her report. This matters because saying F you is different from saying get the F away from me. I'll give you a simple example. If you're walking down an alley, it's a dark alley, and of course not in Farmers Branch, but you're walking down an alley and someone approaches you and says, give me your effing purse. Many of you would say that person needs to go to jail. Conversely, the person who is on the receiving end of that, and if they say, get the F away from me at the top of their lungs in a really threatening environment and situation, I don't think there's a person on this dais that would say, oh, that person, they need to go to jail. They need to be charged for an ethics violation when they didn't do anything wrong. Now, Ms. McSwain mentions comments were made about Councilwoman Gonzalez's body language, and that seemed to suggest that she was getting ready to fight. Members of the City Council, she was holding a purse on one hand and a cheesecake on the other. And you learn today through testimony that cheesecake never touched that floor. How could she ball up a fist if that cheesecake never left her hand? And she was holding a purse with the other. And don't forget about Councilwoman Villafranca. The report omits what she was doing in that exact moment. The only remaining evidence that her report hinges on was that Councilwoman Gonzalez said, I'll F you up. But again, you heard with your own ears, she never said that. Never. But there's more. She omits pertinent details from her report. She tries to trick you into thinking that Councilwoman Gonzalez started it. And you remember that really weird sentence that we had to sort of unravel and kind of get through? She doesn't tell you that Councilwoman Villafranca, she was already upset before the meeting even ended. Because she didn't get what she wanted after a vote. Ms. McSwain, she doesn't tell you that Councilwoman Villafranca said that Ms. McSwain doesn't tell you that what Councilwoman Villafranca said that made her respond and say it to my face. She doesn't tell you that Councilwoman Villafranca was the one who walked over. And we saw with a video, with your very own eyes, you saw that it was Councilwoman Villafranca who was walking over to look for an altercation. Despite the existence of this concrete, irrefutable evidence, it wasn't included in the report. And you heard in the recording, Councilwoman Villafranca says, you called me over here. Listen for that in the recording. She says, you called me over here. These two pieces of evidence contradicted Councilwoman Villafranca's own statement, which, by the way, she made under oath when she filed the ethics violations. And not only that, she made the same statements here under oath again, and she lied. They picked a target, and they built their story. Now, members of the City Council, you may be wondering, So what actually happened on June the 2nd? So I want to start from the beginning. When Lupe was running for office, Councilwoman Villafranca decided, after one meeting, only one, that Lupe could not get elected. And so she did everything she could to keep that from happening. When Councilwoman Gonzalez got elected despite her efforts, Councilwoman Villafranca doubled down. She told her, I hope you find your voice. You're doing exactly what they elected you to do. That was an attack on Councilwoman Gonzalez's intelligence, her integrity, and her independence. But that wasn't enough for Councilwoman Villafranca. Every single small opportunity she took. She undermined Councilwoman Gonzalez's support in her very own district through the emails that we talked about, through the emails that you saw and have been submitted to the city. She excluded her, and Councilwoman Gonzalez, she endured this for 10 months straight. But she wasn't alone. You heard from witnesses, some of you on this dais, that Councilwoman Gonzalez wasn't alone in these attacks that were being received. You heard that this is who Councilwoman Villafranca is. She is a bully. Then on June 2nd, Councilwoman Villafranca, she's furious. She's angry because the vote didn't go her way, and rather than walking away like the adult that she said here she was, she doesn't. She turns into a bully. After 10 months of this, Councilwoman Gonzalez, she stands up to Councilwoman Villafranca, and she says to her, say it to my face. And from the very beginning, from the first statement that she ever made publicly, she says that she admits she could have approached it differently. But what happened after as a result of that, Councilwoman Gonzalez did not deserve. Councilwoman Villafranca starts on one side of the room, and she moves directly to Councilwoman Gonzalez, to which she replies, "Get the F away from me," like the example that I gave you earlier. Councilwoman Gonzalez never said, F you. She never said, I'll F you up. She never directed any profanity to Councilwoman Villafranca. Councilwoman Gonzalez, she didn't do anything wrong. And in the days that followed, you heard that Councilwoman Villafranca was studying notes on how to file an ethics violation and what the elements were for an assault. You heard testimony from a witness today who used to be one of her biggest fans. She even campaigned for her. And she told you that she saw video evidence, picture evidence of her studying those notes carefully. Why? Because she was working on building her story. Councilwoman Gonzalez, from the beginning, was transparent and open. She made a public statement about the incident. She brought an item pertaining to council member interactions to the public. And that meeting was actually initially intended for a closed-door discussion. And in that same meeting, it was Councilwoman Gonzalez who asked for video evidence to be shown. She asked for this very hearing to be public. And in contrast, Councilwoman Villafranca, she hid. She never made a public statement. She was opposed to bringing the discussion on council interactions to the public. She opposed playing the video evidence that contradicted her own sworn testimony. And in a meeting on June 11th, when Councilwoman Gonzalez expressed her willingness to move forward and work together, Councilwoman Villafranca said, actually, I'll have her words speak for herself.
Government, but what I can tell you is I want you to start paying attention. And every time there is a power of three, that means that there are some of us that are being excluded from the democratic process. And so every time there is a power of three pooled, I want you to start paying attention. All they need to do is go to the mayor and add something to the agenda, and the mayor, I think, is more than amenable to add something to the agenda. I want you to start paying attention to that. From the day Lupe was elected, I can sincerely tell you that I have reached out to her. It's like sort of like I've invited her to coffee. She doesn't have time for coffee. I say hello to her every time I see her. In fact, I've told many of you that I thought it was going to be so much fun. We were going to be going to all these events together. I introduced her to, elected officials, and I thought it was going to be, but my job is to work with everybody and get along with everybody, but I cannot force you. But when you're on social media, constantly being transparent and informing the community, beware, because not everything is what it appears. Beware. Thank you.
Well, there's one thing that Councilwoman Villafranca said in that statement that I agree with, and it's that things, they're not as they seem. And I think the evidence here is clear that Councilwoman Villafranca, in this situation on June the 2nd, she was the bully. She was the bully much like she was the bully when she was questioning the witnesses. You heard her say to somebody, and I wrote it down. She said to a sweet witness here, Nancy, she said to her that she was a transactional friend. Another example of these little digs that she constantly continues to make. Again, Councilwoman Villafranca, she was the bully on June the 2nd, and Councilwoman Gonzalez, she was the victim. And we ask that you find Councilwoman Lupe Gonzalez not responsible on all three alleged allegations of the Code of Ethics. Thank you. I'm going to submit this to you guys for public record.
Counsel, all right, thank you. There will be no more testimony, no more statements from you or anybody else. This will be the time for our counsel to deliberate on this action. So, okay, let's take a quick bathroom break. Try to keep it at 3 minutes, and we'll be right back. And we are back. Thank you very much. So what we're going to do now is the city council will, we're going to have discussion on this matter, and we will just start to my right. And Councilwoman Bennett, your comments, whatnot, I would ask that you do try to keep them brief if possible, but I realize that some might have some that are longer than others. So again, this is a council discussion, no outburst or disruptions from the audience. So, thank you.
Was there a transcript to that we can get?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm tired, so I'm just, trying to make it efficient, if
Thank
there is.
Are you talking about the recording?
Yes. Am I allowed to take that?
Why don't we ask the attorney?
I mean, I gave them the others.
I have no way of knowing
Oh.
if the transcript exists, if it was altered or selectively edited. I don't know.
I just want to read this real quickly, so you can move on.
Councilman Reed?
To me, it basically comes down to whether Lupe used the F word or not. Because that seems to be, and correct me if I'm wrong, that seems to be the main crux of the ethics complaint. Yeah. So that's what we need to determine. I myself did not hear it. I place a lot of doubt in the complaint itself, as we've seen in the video, because in the complaint, it was sworn that Lupe charged at Councilwoman Villafranca, which the video shows was not the case. Councilwoman Villafranca approached Councilwoman Gonzalez. There's also the recording that does not, I've heard it a few times tonight. The recording does not, I could not hear any of the F words being used in that. Additionally, you hear Councilwoman Villafranca saying, "You called me over, you called me over." So again, confirming that Lupe, Councilwoman Gonzalez, did not charge over. Even in the video, I saw Lupe's hands up momentarily, but it wasn't, in my perception or in my opinion, it wasn't in a threatening manner. It's more like gestures when you talk. You're pointing a finger, which to me does not, I would not consider that a threatening gesture. And then we also heard additional commentary on whether it would be considered assault when you have both combatants, I believe was the word that was used, coming together as opposed to one approaching the other. So I think we as a council basically need to determine whether the F word was used, because there was a lot that led up to this, as we found from a variety of different witnesses and a variety of different testimony, that there's been pent-up frustration, aggression between the two. There's been multiple snide remarks made, and as we've seen, when something doesn't go in Councilwoman Villafranca's way, she tends to get upset about it. Even to the point where she told me I sold my soul to the devil because of my part of the election for Mayor Pro Tem. So obviously there was some anger there. You typically don't say that if you're feeling okay with things and have let it pass. So my thoughts are there was an unfortunate incident that's been building for a while. And my hope is that, I've heard the term, we're adults, that we can find some sort of means to put it behind us, forgiveness. It's tough to do the bygones be bygones, but you never forget, but you can forgive. And I think there's forgiveness required on all sides. And if we can move towards that and move to a situation where the council itself is as a whole is in a better place, I think that's what we need to do tonight.
Councilwoman Villafranca?
Clearly, Ms. Gonzalez violated the code of ethics, and there is. Are we able to show the video that I asked that be prepared, Ben? Are we able to show the video that I sent and asked that it be prepared for the meeting? Clearly, she violated the code of ethics. The video, the few seconds of the video does not show everything that happened. And clearly, when she was swinging her hand, clearly she was able to swing her hand without the cheesecake or her purse. So it is feasible that she was ready. She was one split second away from striking me. And I can tell you that because I was there. When I already had my iPad, I had all of my belongings and my purse. I was ready. I was walking out when she called me back and said, if you need to say something, say it to my face. And I came back and I repeated it, and that's when she completely lost it. And she said the F word on more than one occasion, and also she herself said that she said the F word. If this is allowed to just have no consequences, she will be emboldened, and it will happen again. I am afraid for my safety. I have had to seek medical attention. This is the first time in my 63 years of life that I've had to do this. And so I urge you to take this with the seriousness that it is, that is required. When I said you're doing exactly what they elected you to do, I wasn't even speaking to her. I was speaking to the city attorney. So she inserted herself in a conversation that I wasn't even addressing her. I have gone out of my way to be kind to her. I've gone out of my way to be inclusive. I've gone out of my way to invite her for coffee. Just the fact that Omar is back is almost, it's almost comical because that's what it is. Thank you.
Councilman Neal?
Thank you, Mayor. We're all up here elected officials, and many times we're called all kinds of names, all kinds of bad things, from being jerks or idiots or jackasses, knuckleheads, all kinds of things. It sort of comes with being a political figure like we are, and we have to tolerate that. We may not like it, but that's the situation we find ourselves in. And I say that because all of us up here are held to a higher standard for our community. I know all of us have our First Amendment rights and can pretty much say how we feel about certain things, but when someone says, "I'll beat your ass," or "I'll fuck you up," and those statements seem to be corroborated by Ms. McSwain's analysis, I think that crosses a line. Now, she clearly indicates in her analysis that a violation of the ethics has occurred. And we as a body can either accept her analysis or discredit it. Yes, there is maybe some speculation on some of it, and I guess some additional clarity could have been expected. But there was a lot of conversation and testimony tonight about Elizabeth and whether she's a good person, a bad person, or her credibility. But I don't know that we're here to talk about Elizabeth. We're just here to talk about whether the accusations that she made against Ms. Gonzalez are valid. And yes, we all should treat each other with respect, whether we're here on the dais or not, just in general. Your neighbors, your friends, your family, everybody should it's just generally good to treat people with some respect. Sometimes we lose sight of that. So it does seem as though there's some conflict as to whether the word "I'll fuck you up" or was said or not said. So I would like to ask anyone here on the dais if they know where this audio file came from, because I was not aware of this audio file until this proceeding tonight. Does anybody here have any knowledge of its origin or where it came from? Hearing none, then I don't know if I can believe it. What's the veracity of it? How's it been validated? I don't know how much I can put my belief into what was on there. I don't know if it was edited. I don't know if somebody just hacked it together, different audio. I don't know. I don't think any of us were aware of that up here. And that's why I was asking if anyone on the dais here is aware of where that file came from or how it was created. But let me move on. Many witnesses seem to indicate that her body language and her tone of voice was loud, agitated, and that is, in my view, not acceptable. Yes, we're all very passionate about our positions, but I just don't think it rises to a level where we need to threaten or potentially threaten another council person, let alone anybody for that matter. The police, the police officers even felt that they needed to intervene to restrain Ms. Gonzalez to prevent a physical altercation. So are we going to sit here and not believe in our police officers? I mean, they obviously intervened because they felt a physical altercation was about to occur. And if a physical altercation was about to occur, that's inappropriate amongst us here in the dais. It's just generally inappropriate in my view. Furthermore, it seems as though Ms. Gonzalez, she may have misspoke or lied about on our Facebook page regarding that the mayor placing his hands on her chest and pushing her backward. I didn't hear any testimony tonight to corroborate those facts. If I'm mistaken there, please correct me. But this is a serious matter, and it needs to be dealt with seriously. Yeah, we could call each other names all day long if we want. I wouldn't recommend it. It's not healthy. But doing so, it just does not justify another council member verbally threatening another council member. And that's all I have for the moment. Thanks.
Thank you. Were you going to say something? Okay. No, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, I didn't hear it, so I wanted to read if there was a transcript, just to make certain.
This is not correct.
I didn't hear it. In the video, I didn't see, that's kind of two strikes. So she didn't walk forward. So that kind of started making me question it all anyway. My back was to it. I was standing down there. But also when it was, and I'm sorry, Ms. McSwain, but, when they're saying that it's this loud commotion, I was literally standing maybe where the chair is behind you, and I didn't hear anything. I actually did meet with Vicente, whom I was speaking to down there a few days later here. He is a constituent, one of my residents, and he didn't, if we were minding our business, there was nothing that we heard. And I'm like, so I've asked so many times. I've actually asked, I was one of the first to send an email asking for the staff to be here the last time. So to state that we tried to prevent anybody from this time is just factually not true. And FOIA me, it's there. So I'm really struggling. We had two strikes, but then they sit up here and they're like, we, as this power of three, wouldn't allow staff, and then to state we wouldn't allow the police. It's just factually not true. And so every time I hear something that just is factually not true, I doubt the entire statement. The entire statement. I will say she shouldn't have used the F word, period. But I don't believe that she threatened her. I really do not believe that she threatened her. And after reading the transcript and having heard that, I would like to know who was recording and why. Who was recording and why? And I think that that's a valid question, right?
Yeah, it gets to my exact point. Thank you.
Right. Who was recording, but not just who was recording, why? Why were they recording? Why did they feel like they needed to be recording up here? Because that's a whole nother bag of worms right there. So I think it does rise to an ethics violation, but I don't think it rises to a disorderly conduct or a threat, because they both did it. They both did it. And that's where I'm at with it. I'm sorry, ladies, but you're both guilty. You're both guilty of disorderly conduct, both of you.
Thank you. All right, I don't know where this recording came from or this transcript of this recording, but I can tell you I don't believe it to be factually correct. I've got a few general comments, and then I want to just go into my prepared remarks. I really take offense to Lupe's representative trivializing what happened on the night of June 2nd. It happened right here behind me. I know what was said. Basically, you have accused me of lying and perjuring myself in a police report if you say that none of this happened, it was never said, and that is not the case. Was Councilwoman Villafranca upset about the way the discussion had gone regarding the item Mayor Pro Tem and Deputy Mayor Pro Tem? Yes. and I think rightly so. But I can recall 3 times when a former councilman got up and walked out of a meeting because he didn't get his way. So I believe that Ms. McSwain did the job that she had to do. Information was not provided to Lupe or her team because there is still a legal matter pending. So I know Lupe's not going to answer any questions right now, and I really don't want to belabor what happened after the meeting on June 2nd. But what I do want to know is if you are willing to work on yourself. I'm going to go ahead and ask these questions. I know I'm not going to get an answer, but this is heavy on my mind as we try to move forward. Councilwoman Gonzalez, I think your actions after the council meeting on June 2nd were reprehensible and demeaning to your colleagues and to the city and this body. I could stand up here and ask you questions to embarrass you, but that wouldn't serve to better our city, and really that's not who I am. Instead, I want to try to use all of this as a teachable moment for you, the council, and for others associated with you, including your husband. The City Employee Handbook says that ignoring someone is a form of bullying or harassment. Bullying or harassment does not have to be verbal. It can also be nonverbal. So when you come to meetings or events and ignore other council members, that's bullying or harassment. Publicly ignoring or demeaning another council member is bullying. Let me give you a recent example. There was recently a town hall meeting here, and the host introduced 2 council members and didn't introduce the mayor.
Yes, I did.
I never heard it.
Ask anybody that was in here.
Okay, if that's not true, then
Did I introduce him? Thank you.
I will apologize if that is incorrect. Unfortunately, the meeting wasn't recorded. So now we tread a fine line. You don't necessarily have to like someone or be friends with them, but you do have to respect their position. So I'm asking, would you agree with that? We also don't need family members staring down members of the council in order to try to intimidate them. Would you agree with that? That's a bad reflection on you. You are responsible for the actions of and the comments that your family members make, especially when they involve disparaging council members. As I think about what we're going to do next, I'm really disappointed, not just in the actions of June 2nd, but also what I have observed since your election. I reached out to you as soon as you were elected and asked for a meeting to discuss your goals and priorities. I met with each council member as soon as I was elected mayor. I never received a response from you. My guess is that others who were influential to recruit you to run told you that I am the enemy. You stated the night of June 2nd that I am my own person, I make my own decisions. Would you agree with the statement that perception is reality? It sure hasn't seemed that you have been making your own decisions. Of course, that's only my opinion, and I'm entitled to that, correct? So, whatever happens, this council is going to be split on a vote. But I would like to try to move this forward. I can't dismiss what happened without any consequences. As I mentioned earlier, I'd like this to be a teachable event to Lupe and to the council. So I would like Councilwoman Gonzalez to do the following in hopes that we, all of us, don't fall victim to this again in the future. 1, issue a public apology for what happened at the next council meeting. 2, take TML training classes and provide certificates of completion to the council within 90 days. And I outline several classes: newly elected city officials orientation, Open Meetings Act training, Public Information Act training. I believe there's an inspirational and collaborative leadership course, and the ABCs of successful first term on council course. And then I'd like you to research and prepare a report on what you see, Lupe, as the dynamic on the city council, and describe in detail what you would do or suggest to move this council to a better operational position. I'd like to give you 30 days to do it. I would like to see your assessment and recommendations prior to engaging a professional leadership or conflict resolution instructor. Because we're going to have to do something. But I feel as though you have strong feelings about what is transpired on the council. You feel like you're not being heard. I want to give you the opportunity to assess this in greater detail and come up with a suggested outcome and present that to this body so we can hopefully move forward. If you don't do that, then I would propose some other sanctions to be addressed at that time. I won't address them now. We are here to do the business of the city. Councilman Neal was absolutely right. We're to be held to a higher standard. And there's people out there, you know what? I know some of the people, they're never going to vote for me. They're going to continue to talk about me behind my back and demean me and whatnot. But it's up to me to move forward and tune out the noise. There's always going to be noise. And sitting up here, you are a target for noise. And the lies that are said about you, they're going to be there probably far longer than when you're sitting up here. And I look out and I see some people laughing about it. That just serves to reinforce that, yeah, there's a problem. It's unfortunate they feel that way, but we have to be the bigger people and do what's right, because we are not going to get anything done And Lupe, I told you when you were elected, you need everybody on this council in order to be successful. You can't do anything on your own. And yes, for most things, it only takes 3 votes. But what are you going to do when somebody else is not here? Who are you going to rely on? We need to be working as a team. I hope that the council will consider what I've laid out, and that this will be a step to moving forward. That's all I have. Anybody have any comments?
I just want to make the final comment, and that is of my first encounter with her when she indicated to me that they were not allowed to live on base because of her demeanor, that her husband couldn't trust her. The incident that occurred on June the 2nd, and some may think this is funny, but I think this is an indication of what a person glorifies and what is important to a person. And I have a short video clip that I'd like to share. And I think it says a lot. I mean, it was almost a prelude to what happened. Are you able to show that, please?
David, you were asked to weigh in on this when the message was sent to you earlier today. You need to weigh in as the attorney, please.
Well, it's just a video clip, and there's nothing that's exempt or.
It was on her social media. It wasn't anything private.
So it's not a legal issue, it's an operational or political one, really.
Go get it out.
Tell her, mind her damn business before I come down there and I beat her ass. I thought, okay, do you want me to say it like that, or do you want me to text some stuff out? What am I saying?
It may seem funny to some, but it's not funny. We are grown adults. And if this is the kind of behavior that you're accustomed to, and you're not allowed to live on base because your family's afraid that you're not going to be able to behave, that says a lot. And if this is not dealt with, it will happen again.
All right, council, where are we going from here? I laid out a plan.
In just a commentary on what you were saying. Yes, we are, and same thing with you, Roger. Yes, we are the target of comments from people out in public. And yes, we should be held to a higher level. But that also means amongst ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
So calling someone names, calling a group names because they made a decision that you didn't agree with, falls into that category. So if we're going to implement some sort of self-reflection and activities tied to that, as was pointed out, that there were mutual combatants in this altercation. Lupe was not the initiator. She responded. Unfortunately, for those of you who watch football, someone might do something on the field, and if someone responds to it, they're typically the one that gets the flag. So with that being said, even though it's not a formal part of this complaint, I think that there should be some expectations made of the other combatant as well. From a conflict resolution perspective, it means something to provide further insight or self-reflection on how to treat other council members. Just something to consider.
So I think we're going to get to that at some point with all of us, because no matter what happens here tonight, even if you were to wash your hands of this thing, that doesn't end this. There will be a lingering attitude. The city's going to have to go through a healing period. We're trying to go through a healing period after an election that really split the city. And we still have forces out there that are bitter about who got elected, who didn't get elected. So, and that just seems to be permeating the air in our city. My God, this whole thing has been such a waste of time, effort, energy, and city resources. And here we are at 2:15 in the morning, sitting here talking about this. I would have loved nothing better than to have resolved this in private and spared Councilwoman Gonzalez and or anybody else the embarrassment of this. But I guess it's sort of like ripping off a Band-Aid. You know, we got to do it in order to get to a better place. So, but it doesn't go away scot-free. There'll be a scar for a while. I think it's going to take a while to heal. And maybe what comes of this is folks that will actually speak to each other in public. But tonight, we're dealing with this issue against Lupe. And I'm really troubled by maybe the lack of audio that was provided. You know, this whole incident happened as a council meeting was adjourned. And as soon as the meeting ends, the cameras stop. I have wrestled with this because what if I didn't interject myself? What would have happened? Should I have let somebody possibly take a swing or cause physical harm on somebody else? I can't stand by and watch that. I really, in my heart of hearts, felt that we were about 2 seconds, 1001, 1002, from something really bad happening. That has no place here. Trust me, I've been on a lot of 4-1 votes. Hell, for 5 years, I was on the short end of almost every vote. I've been disrespected by a mayor for many years, but it just made me want to do better, work harder. And even today, all of us, you all are not going to win every vote. And what you've got to learn is, okay, gave my best shot, move on. You're not going to get what you want for a part. I tried, move on. I'll ask, Lupe, you're probably not going to answer my question, but I don't know if what I laid out sounds reasonable to you or not.
When you're done, I have comment or two?
You know, I tried to put something out there, come up with something that I thought would help to make you a better representative. Because you have passion in you. We just got to fine tune it. So I don't know if council's prepared to make this decision tonight or what we really need. It would be nice if we could so we can start getting this stuff behind us. But I hope you'll think about what I've said. Yes, sir. Councilman Neal.
Now that I've heard from my colleagues up here, I just want to make a point that I think I generally agree with Dr. Burton in the sense that both of these ladies, I think, made some mistakes here. I don't think it's helpful, Elizabeth, for you to be calling people jackasses or mentioning this shadow government thing or saying to people that you sold yourself to the devil. I mean, these kinds of comments are not helpful to this body, and it can instigate irritation among us to the point where some of us may not be able to take it anymore and eventually snap. So I think there's a little bit of liability on your part as well. We're not here to adjudicate Elizabeth tonight. I just feel that both of these ladies have made a significant mistake here. As to any reprimands or classes, I don't know that I quite have a sense on where to go with that. But I just wanted to make the comment that I believe there's a little bit of responsibility also on you, Elizabeth. Those types of things are not helpful to the body.
Okay. Thank you for your comments. We've covered a lot of ground tonight. We've been at this for quite a while. I just asked the city attorney if we have to make a decision on this tonight. I think it would be nice if we did, but he said, no, we can table this and continue this if you all would like. And obviously, based on the late hour, you might like and you might want to think about the things that have been said tonight.
Mayor, I think Councilwoman Gonzalez would like to have this resolved as soon as possible. And I can't speak for the rest of the body, but to continue this may not be all that helpful.
That's your prerogative.
It's sort of my general thinking. I think she deserves some resolution to this.
So what would you all like to do? We would need a motion.
The only thing I ask is earlier, we had advice that I could vote on this matter.
That wasn't your advice.
So the advice that was received is conflicting advice from what the city attorney, has given you in the past. The conclusion, the best thing I can tell you is I believe that an accused or an implicated member does not have the authority to vote in connection with the complaint leveled against them. You have conflicting advice from somebody else that you guys hired on your own, and so I don't want to tell you to waste your money, but what I am going to tell you is what I told you before in closed session. You guys figure it out. If you want, if someone makes a motion, either a point of order or a motion, and then someone seconds it, and y'all take a vote, and y'all figure it out.
Okay.
So with that being said, Lupe, would you be amenable to continuing this on for a future date, or would you like us to continue and try to resolve this?
I would like to vote and just resolve it tonight.
Okay. Our rules that we've been operating under don't afford you the opportunity to vote. That is where we have been. Otherwise, and I think I can speak from great experience, that I was never allowed to vote on the issues that were alleged against me. So, and I don't know anybody else in my history of serving on council that was able to do that. So just in order to move this along, I'll make a motion and hope to get a second. So I would motion that the council require Councilwoman Gonzalez to issue a public apology for what happened at the June 2nd meeting. Additionally, take TML training classes and provide certificates of completion to the council within 90 days. And then thirdly, research and prepare a report on what she sees as the dynamic on city council and describe in detail what she would do or suggest to move the council to a better operational position.
I second.
We have a motion and a second. If you would, any other discussion, I should say?
Yeah, I'd like to get some more clarification on this report that you're asking for her to do, how to move the council forward. I don't know how that
Well,
might fit.
I'm just asking her to really give an assessment, and then what would her recommendation be?
I think we all should be providing some input in that regard.
We
so.
should, and I think that we will, but I want to give her the opportunity to fully express what she sees as being options for us before we hire a paid professional to come in. Any other discussion?
I tend to agree with Roger. I think the report might be a little much. That's something that we should work on as a team. I think the apology for the profanity is appropriate, and 3 TML classes for personal development, I think, would be benefit. They're classes that all of us should take anyway. But I think that would be beneficial, not only for this punishment, reprimand, but also just for development. So as far as the reprimand for the event, I think the apology and the 3 classes, in my mind, would be sufficient.
I agree with that for using profanity, but I would like struck that until it is proven one way or the other, when we have all of the evidence from all of the people that were witnesses that we cannot see because of this other case, I would like struck from this that she stated, "I will fuck you up," because I did not hear that.
Well, I heard it pretty clearly.
So, point of order, there's a motion on the table.
Yeah.
To ask for an apology in these 3 TML classes. I'd like to call the,
Well, so
excluding the report.
if you want to
I'd like
exclude the
offer an
report, I'll be
amendment.
amenable to that, because I think we're going to get to that anyway with other workshops that we're going to have, and that will benefit the whole council or I hope that the whole council will participate in that. So, okay, so I'm accepting, I'll just say your friendly amendment.
How do we do that procedure?
Okay. So, I have a motion, and as it stands, Lupe would be required to issue a public apology for what happened at June 2nd meeting, and then take 3 of the TML training courses. And I'll provide that information to the city manager. So we have a motion and a second. If you would.
All right, I'm going to go ahead and intervene at this point, and I don't want to stop you all from voting, and it's 2:30, and we've been at this now for, so what, an awful long time. You've got a series of choices under Section 2-285 of our ordinances of our Code of Ethics. The remedy that you're talking about is not one of them. In order for it to work, though, and I think it's, I'm not saying that it's a bad idea, I think it's a good idea, but it needs to be done and approved voluntarily. It can't be imposed unilaterally on Lupe. It's got to be done with her consent, because it is not something that the rules provide. The closest thing we have is a letter of admonition in circumstances where the violation is unintentional, or a reprimand if a violation is knowing or intentional. And this is either a reprimand or an admonition, or nothing at all, unless it's by agreement, where there really wouldn't be a formal reprimand or a letter of admonition. There would simply be a motion to do these things that Lupe would agree to if the majority were in favor of. I know that that doesn't make any sense, but I think the only way that it can be done in accordance with our code is for Lupe to agree to do that if it's clear that there's a majority in favor of.
If it's starting to get technical, can we just table it?
We're this far, we're very close to resolving this thing.
I
And
know, but-
And I will repeat that I was trying to do this with what I thought was something that would benefit your growth in serving the city. It could get uglier. I didn't see any purpose in that myself, okay? I want you to be a productive member of this council. It's going to require some change. It's going to require probably some self-reflection and some personal management. And I
Right.
felt like offering this up would be a way to help get you there.
Yes, but if the attorney's having to jump in on it, then I think we should just table it. Table it, we'll talk to him about it, and then we'll come out and,
Well,
Mayor, I'd like to ask Lupe, would you be accepting to offer a public apology for the language and take the 3 courses that he's mentioned?
I'll talk to David Berman about it later. I'd like to table it so I can talk to Berman about it.
Because we sort of extended tonight because you wanted to get this wrapped up and taken care of, so
Correct, but if he had to come in at the end of it to explain how it should work, then I just need a minute.
all he's saying is you can either accept what the mayor and the motion is. If you agree to that, we could be done. That's my understanding. Is that correct?
yes.
So if you just accept those, then we could be done here.
So as it stands right now, there is a motion on the table, and it has been seconded.
I'd like to call the motion, or call the vote.
If you're calling the question,
But I'm waiting to hear if she's accepting of that. If she voluntarily accepts of that, then we can,
Yeah, but again, procedurally, I want to make sure, because you
Right, and you're basically making a friendly amendment to take the report off. And I said I accept that.
That was clarified for the record, that the report was not a part of, I guess, the amended motion.
Just want to be sure.
Okay, so accepting this, does that make it accepting the violation? And if I don't accept it, or can you clear that up for me?
The motion does not indicate that it is anything close to being a letter of admonition or a reprimand or any one of the other 5 sanctions that are available under 2-285 of our Code of Ordinances. By accepting that motion, and if the balance of the council is in favor of doing it, there would be no formal reprimand or admonition.
Okay.
Unless you didn't comply with the conditions.
So my question still stands to Ms. Gonzalez. Are you accepting of this offer?
Try a different motion, because
No. No. We still have to D1, and I'm going to move the table D1.
Can he just ask a clarifying question, my rep?
Can he ask a question?
Yes, just a clarifying question.
What's the question?
So I think Councilwoman Gonzalez just wants to make sure if she accepts the terms that you're offering.
This isn't a negotiation. It's either going to be this or it's
just a
going to be
question.
worse.
It's not a negotiation, it's a question.
Okay.
The question is, if she accepts the terms, does that indicate that there is like a responsible finding or like a guilty finding? And I think that's maybe what she's.
again, there is no such thing as a finding of guilt in connection with our Code of Ordinances or our Code of Ethics, and guilt is a unique term that's specific to criminal matters. There is no, the motion does not indicate or include any determination of responsibility, of liability, or anything other than that she's willing to accommodate the desires of what appears to be, because we haven't voted on it yet, what might be a majority of the council. It's not even a reprimand or an admonition.
And you said that it's 3 classes and an apology, right? Those are the 2.
It was pretty simple what I stated.
So
Yes.
make sure. It's late, it's 3 in the morning. Memories are not great right now, so, okay.
Then, yes, to answer your question, Roger, yes.
Okay, then I'd like to call a vote.
Very good. If you would, please indicate your vote. All in favor, or, please indicate your vote accordingly.
And I'm just going to clarify, because last time we had this issue, I'm just abstaining.
You're abstaining.
Because of-
No, you don't even have to vote.
I know, but last time they put abstain because it wouldn't go away. Oh, they recused it, okay.
Very good. Thank you. The motion passes. I'll provide that information to the city manager tomorrow, or later today, I should say. All right. Next up is item D1, and I'm going to move that we table that for tonight. If,
I'm sorry, Mayor. I have really been affected by this hanging over me. I really want to resolve this tonight.
I second the motion.
D1?
Yes,
Okay.
I have been falsely accused, and I really want to get this off of my plate.
Very good. All right. D1, City Council will close.
We have a motion on the table.
I don't. Well, made a motion to table this, but I can retract. Okay,
Once the motion's been seconded, it does not
Okay.
belong to the movement, so it is
so, all right, so
effectively still on the table.
we will need to vote, and if we want to proceed with this tonight, you need to vote against the motion. The motion was to table, and if we're going to do it tonight, you need to vote against. So please indicate your vote. Thank you. All right. I'll read us into executive session. City Council will convene in closed executive session pursuant to Section 551.074, Personnel, and Section 551.071, Consultation with attorney of the Texas Government Code to consider and deliberate, and to seek legal advice from the city attorney regarding a complaint alleging a violation of the city's code of ethics against council member for District 4 pursuant to Section 2-284 of the city's code filed June 10, 2026. We will recess to the city manager's conference room. And we are back. Thank you all very much for waiting. We do have one item of business as a result of executive session.
Mayor, I'd like to move to dismiss the ethics complaint that has been filed against Councilwoman Elizabeth Villafranca.
I'll second.
Thank you. We have a motion and a second. If you would, please indicate your vote. Motion is approved. Thank you very much. That will conclude our business for this evening, so we will adjourn at 3:27 a.m.